各位观众，我们将会在 TV 的观众区域进行我们的互动，我们会有很多精美的礼物等待大家。如果您想要领取精美礼物，获得幸运的话，请各位尽快到 TV 台的观众看台区域入座，感谢大家。稍后我们会有很多礼物在 TV 台的观众座位区域等待各位。 各位观众，稍后我们会在 TV 台的观众看台座位区域进行我们的幸运互动，会有很多的礼物等待大家。我们请各位尽快入座。如果您想领取幸运和精美礼物的话，请来到我们 TV 台的观众看台区域入座。
什么是国？它是一群人在一起的一个理由。 20年，为什么坚持？有的决定像种子，一早就埋进心里。我73岁了，如果面对37岁时的自己，我会对他说：“你先成就他。” 他就会造就你。如今转身才发现，年少时的诺言从来没有忘却，只是在等待实现。理想是不妥协的坚强，热爱就是共同的信仰。这。 不是跟任何人的较量，这是7384个日夜的梦想。不畏前路，更进一步，你准备好了吗？
好的，各位观众，这里是利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中18球大师赛总决赛正赛第2阶段单败淘汰场之前的。 观众互动环节，那接下来我们的幸运礼物就要准备发给各位了。接下来你们的笑容和面庞将会出现在我们的大屏幕上，请准备好幸运的第一组，3、2、1，镜头给到了这位朋友啊，恭喜您获得了我们精美的礼物，由乔氏所提供，也请我们的工作人员给到这位先生啊。好，非常棒，来准备啊，我们的第2组，3、2、1。 镜头给到这边啊，好，恭喜我们这2位朋友啊，欢迎来到我们乔氏的比赛现场，也请我们的工作人员辛苦为2位幸运的观众去我们发放礼物啊，特别的棒，来准备接下来我们的第3组，3、2、1，镜头给到这2位朋友啊，我们也请工作人员给到这2位非常幸运、帅气的朋友啊，也希望各位可以在今天收获开心，收获你们的。 我们所有人的幸运啊！好，那接下来我们继续寻找我们的下一组，3、2、1，幸运来到了这边啊，给到了这2位朋友特别的幸运啊！也请我们的工作人员可以把我们的礼物派送给我们这2位非常帅气的先生啊！好，我们给到这2位礼物，好，镜头也继续准备切换，3、2、1。 Hello， 哎，这3位朋友啊，应该是还有点小害羞啊，但没关系，幸运依然是照顾到了我们所有的朋友啊。来，我们也请工作人员把礼物给到这3位朋友啊。好，欢迎你们来到我们的比赛现场。好，我们继续寻找下一组，3、2、1，来。 Hello， 这2位朋友你们好，也把礼物给到这2位朋友啊，辛苦我们的工作人员，特别的幸运啊！我们今天所有的观众都很棒。好，我们寻找下一组，3、2、1，镜头给到了哎这4位朋友吧，好不好？我们把礼物直接给到这4位朋友啊，都很幸运，都特别的棒，也提醒你们记得将手机调至静音状态。再次感谢各位，谢谢你们。
broken shadow in the dust. Broken heart, you let it rise. Let me pull you back to ice and bring you back to life. Highest highs and lowest lows. There's no rush, let's take it slow. Take my hand, I'll pull you close. I'll do it every time. Can't you see? We could have it all, have it all. You and me. We could have it all. Can't you see? We could have it. Falling from the greatest height, I'll be there, arms open wide. Everything will be alright, yeah, if I'm by your side. When the sun is setting low, stay with me, don't tell me no. Take my hand, I'll pull you close. I'll do it every time. Can't you see? We could have it all, have it all. You and me. We could have it all. Can't you see? We could have it. Can't you see? We could have it. You and me. We could have it all. Can't you see? We could have it.
10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
Joy Billiards uniting the world. Living Wing Class and Joy Cup. 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals will begin now.
这里是利百文台尼乔氏杯第14届中式8球大师赛总决赛正在直播的正赛第2阶段，单败淘汰33到第48场的比赛。
Welcome to the athletes and referees.
现在欢迎裁判员、运动员。2号台
Table 2.
将由来自中国的楚秉杰
Chu Bingjie from China
对阵来自中国的沈申义。
versus Shen Shenyi from China.
裁判员
Referee
佘真真、商凯。3号台
Table 3.
将由来自中国的牛壮
Niu Zhuang from China
对阵来自中国的胡一红。
versus Hu Yihong from China.
裁判员
Referee
吕阳、耿思林。5号台
Table 5.
将由来自菲律宾的丹尼斯·奥克洛
Dennis Ortolo from Philippines
对阵来自缅甸的杨少杰。
versus Yang Shaojie from Myanmar.
裁判员
Referee
李勇、高若飞。7号台
Table 7.
将由来自中国的耿明奇
Geng Mingqi from China
对阵来自中国的梁时瑜。
versus Liang Shiyu from China.
裁判员
Referee
田明星、马立东。8号台
Table 8.
将由来自英国的海莉费雪
Kelly Fisher from Britain
对阵来自中国的朝鲁门。
versus Chao Lumen from China.
裁判员
Referee
蒋宇格、王鹏轩。9号台
Table 9.
将由来自伊朗的希纳瓦利扎德
Sina Valizad from Iran
对阵来自中国的赵如亮。
versus Zhao Ruliang from China.
裁判员
Referee
杜立新、张梦蝶。10号台
Table 10.
将由来自中国的张坤鹏
Zhang Kunpeng from China
对阵来自中国的刘俊言。
versus Liu Junyan from China.
裁判员
Referee
宋明明、龚一航。13号台
Table 13.
将由来自中国的唐春晓
Tang Chunxiao from China
对阵来自中国的朱龙。
versus Zhu Long from China.
裁判员
Referee
张娜、张毅。 14号台，
Table 14.
将由来自澳大利亚的贾斯汀·萨吉奇
Justin Sajic from Australia
对阵来自中国的吴镇宇。
versus Wu Zhenyu from China.
裁判员
Referee
范文涛、王婷婷。15号台
Table 15.
将由来自中国的秦丽文
Qin Liwen from China
对阵来自中国的张太义。
versus Zhang Taiyi from China.
裁判员
Referee
徐谨言、田颖。16号台
Table 16.
将由来自中国的戴勇
Dai Yong from China
对阵来自中国的司小雨。
versus Si Xiaoyu from China.
裁判员
Referee
刘法恒、杨文静。19号台
Table 19.
将由来自瑞士的朱利安·塞拉迪拉
Julian Saradilla from Switzerland
对阵来自中国的石汉清。
versus Shi Hanqing from China.
裁判员
Referee
张月秋、杨宇龙。20号台
Table 20.
将由来自中国的曹宇鹏
Cao Yupeng from China
对阵来自中国的陈双友。
versus Chen Shuangyu from China.
裁判员
Referee
张欣欣、徐小玉。21号台
Table 21.
将由来自中国的郑肖怀
Zheng Xiaohuai from China
对阵来自中国的刘宇乐。
versus Liu Yule from China.
裁判员
Referee
袁义群、杜环玉。22号台
Table 22.
将由来自中国的杨帆
Yang Fan from China
对阵来自澳大利亚的凯尔·巴雷特。
versus Cale Barrett from Australia.
裁判员
Referee
骆月、何秀红。最后登场 TV 台，
Let's welcome Table TV.
将由来自中国的实力战将博俊杰
博俊杰 from China
对阵来自英国的英国战神加雷斯·波茨。
versus Gareth Pots from Britain.
裁判员
Referee
刘宇，助理裁判
Assistant Referee.
冯雅琪、李雅芬。
Brilliant competitions are about to be presented. Let's wait and see.
有请各位移步比赛神器乔氏金腿球桌。各位观众，这里是正在中国秦皇岛奥体中心体育馆为您直播的利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中18球大师赛总决赛正赛第2阶段单败淘汰33到第48场的比赛，精彩比赛，让我们共同开启。
An absolutely incredible lineup this morning indeed. Welcome everyone to the 14th Win and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals. We are live from Qinghuandao in the Hebei province in China, and we are now down to the last 32 players here. The final stage, single elimination, straight knockout, race to 19. On the TV table, Bo Junjie from China goes up against arguably one of the most successful international players at this game. Not only the only international player to ever win this tournament as such, the grand finals, he's won it 3 times. Gareth Pots from the UK. Not only is he a 3 times winner, he's also the current Heyball world champion, crowned in Australia at the end of last year. Legendary exploits on the English 8-ball table before coming over and playing Heyball. So what a match this is going to be. Now, you would have seen the lineup. All those matches are live on WPAlive.tv. The TV table's live there as well as on our Facebook page and YouTube page. And winning the leg, it will be Bo Junjie to break here. It is alternate break. And that's another Predator BK rush. Noticed how popular that cue is here in China amongst the top Chinese players. Referee for the match is Liu Yu. And what a job these referees are doing here. An amazing job from them. There's a referee at each and every table, actually 2 referees. The referee at the table and the scorekeeper next to the table. Scorekeeper also recording if a player has taken an extension in a frame, so there's never a mistake about that. And you would have seen on the lineup, the TV table, 3 referees. It's the referee at the table and 2 assistant referees. They are behind the computer screen watching the match as well. In case the referee misses anything, they can pick it up. Now all the matches here are also being recorded on the local servers here. So that means if there's any disputes, they can quickly get a replay of that and the referees can look at that, the players as well. Say one of the most professional setup tournaments here, these Joy tournaments. And with one of the highest prize payouts I've ever seen. 5 million RMB to the winner, 724,000 US dollars. And that means one of these 32 players playing at the moment is going to walk away with that. So this is still a race to 19 and a race to 19 later as well, 6 p.m. session, where we go from 16 down to 8. And then tomorrow, 8 down to 4, race to 33 tomorrow. I believe that will be split up into 2 sessions. We'll have a morning session and an evening session because race to 33. And 4 down to 2, it's a race to 35. And the final on the 31st of March will be a race to 39. You guys can have a guess as to how long you think a race to 39 might take. My guesstimate is around, I'd say between 10 to 12 hours. And that's another reason it's split between 2 sessions. But we'll see tomorrow. Race to 33 start. If you were on the stream yesterday or on WPALive.tv, you'd have seen Gareth Pots was up against Mick Hill, and that went down to a deciding frame. Score 16 all. Mick Hill to break. He breaks dry. Gareth comes to the table, clears it, and takes the win. What a match that was. I think it was well over 4 hours. They played late into last night. Absolute thriller between Gareth Pots and Mick Hill. I hope you guys caught some of that. Now this is off his break, and he's looking to make a clearance here. He's not straight on this 7 ball, and the black ball looks like it should pass into the center pocket. The problem is he might have to come off the stripe slightly here. Now he's running through instead. Yeah, good shot. What a way to start off a match. Bojangier, first point, first break and run. He's 1-0 up against Gareth Pots in this race to 19. Quick first rack there from Bojangier. Now you'd have seen international powerhouse match. Need to check what table that's on. That's Mint against Dennis Okolo, and it's a pity it is straight knockout here, which means we are going to lose one of those international players. It's on table 5. You can have a look at that. Dennis Okolo versus Mint from Myanmar. Mint also one of the favorites to get into the top 4 in this tournament at least. Now just 5 international players remaining in this tournament. And those players are Gareth Pots at the table now, Dennis Okolo, Mint. We have Kelly Fisher still in, Sina Velazedo, and I believe Justin Sayich. So is that 6 or 7? My mistake. Julian Serradilla as well. I think we had 6 or 7. And of course a huge match for Cale Barrett. He's up against Yang Fan. I think that would be one of the biggest matches of his career. That's on table 22. Now Cale Barrett, having made it this far in the tournament, quite pleased to say I played him in this tournament and lost to him. And it's nice to see him doing that well. I lost to him in the winners' qualification, actually. So I don't feel too bad about that now. Cale Barrett from Australia making it to the last 32 of this tournament. One of our fan favorites, Liu Yule, the 13-year-old. He's up against Jing Zhaohai on table 21. I know many of you would want to watch him in action. He makes the game look too easy. And as far as a Chinese Clash of the Titans match, table 15, Chun Li Wen against Zhang Tai. Our second frame, dry break from Gareth brings Bojangier to this table. Now Bojangier, runner-up in the Baotao Division 1 Masters event last year. Runner-up, second place. Excellent performance from him there. He's consistent top 32, top 16 finisher in the Masters events as well. And there you're seeing the cue ball control as well. Just that little nudge into the 9. Pushes it closer to that pocket, gives him an angle as well to get the cue ball back up. Yeah, I would say we have some of the most professional referees I've seen here at these Joy tournaments. These referees are so well trained, and we do have the head referee walking around always. He's actually the person who's trained all these referees, and what an effort they put in. Entire day. They do rotate, so there are referees that are on and off, but most of them, and especially through the qualifying stages where there's 4 or 5 matches a day. Adding to that when the Chinese players are playing, they're cleaning the cue ball about 5 to 10 times a frame. And those gloves they wear, have a look at the white gloves they wear. Those gloves are very slippery. So when you pick up a ball, it's very easy for the ball to pop out of your gloves actually. It's happened a few times. And look at the cue ball. He might just be hampered by the 6 here slightly, but still, he's right behind this. And he actually could get past the 6. No, just a bit of bridging to get over the side of the 6 ball here. And that's a break and run, followed by a rack and run here. 2-0 to Bo Junjie. There we have it. 2 frames played. 2-0 Bo Junjie. 1 break, one break and run, 1 rack and run. Yeah, it's a very good point. When they pick up the cue ball, they always move away from the table. That's in case they ever drop it. But it can happen where when you grab it and you're just taking it away, it pops out of the gloves. It's so slippery. What a start in this match for Bo Junjie. Couldn't have asked for better. He knows who he's playing against. He can't afford to give Gareth Pots a chance at the table. His only way to get these early points on the board is to keep Gareth in his chair. Cue ball. Yeah, that's most likely going to cost him. So at the moment it is 10 a.m. here local time in China. And the avid fans who are awake and wanted to come down to the venue, they would all be around the table where Zhang Tai is playing table 15. They'd all be around there. Qin Li Wen against Zhang Tai. All the Chinese fans would be around that table. That is a huge match for the Chinese players and the Chinese pool fanatics here. But what I can tell you is I have seen the stats and I know that these matches are all being streamed here in China as well. And you're looking at over 100,000 viewers. And that's on a bad day for the streams here. That's how popular this game is. And really, it's crazy how much people love this game here. And what you'll notice is even after the match, because there are various streamers also doing analysis and commentary on the matches here in China. So after the match, what you'll see is a lot of clips on Chinese social media, Chinese TikTok and things like that, and on WeChat. Clips of the players, clips of the match, what they could have done differently, any of the good shots they made or good clearances, or heartbreaking moments as well. And let me tell you, this player at the table, he is so popular in China. It's a huge fan favorite here, is Gareth Pots. So when these tournaments start at the Grandmasters finals, they invited some of the best players in the world from different cue sports. I know Chris Melling was here, Gareth was here, and many others. And Gareth won that the very first Grandmasters finals here in China. He won it. Having never played on a Heyball table before, I think he played with American pool balls on a snooker table. And that was a start for him here in his Heyball career. Went on to win another 2 of these events. And having won 3 in total, he is the most successful player at these events as well. He's won the most. You'd actually see Gareth getting stopped wherever he is, airports or shopping malls and things like that for people taking photos with him. That's how popular he is here. That's the level. It's a good pot in the 1. Once across, he's on the 5, but where's the black ball going? The angle he has is actually taking the cue ball into the black ball here. Yeah, I don't think you have a choice. You have to push into it. Just push it over the center pocket. Look, it's not good. It's not great, but he's on this. Blind pocket, slight cutback into the top left. What a frame that is from Gareth Pots. What a reply, and what a way to reply from him. Gets his first 1-visit clearance and first point on the board with a rack and run of Bo Junjia's break. That's 3 frames played, 3 1-visit clearances. That's the level here. Mistake from Bo Junjia, potting the cue ball on the break. And Gareth Pots with that rack and run. Gareth to break here. Doesn't make the 1 or the 9 in the centers. And that looks like another dry break from Gareth. Yeah, he's not happy with that. He of all people know the level here and what could happen next. And I'd say out of the international players, Gareth is one of those players. There are a few, of course, but Gareth is one of those international players that are actually, I would say, feared by the Chinese players because they know who he is. And especially for the Chinese players who've never won a Masters event or Grandmasters finals like this, when they are playing against a player like Gareth, they know who they're up against. They know what he can do. So I think that's also when you see the Chinese players playing against him, they try their best to take it up a notch and step it up. Yeah, well spotted. The break cues here, usually you're looking at 12 to 13 millimeters on the break cues, and close to that also on the jump cues here. Playing cues, however, if they are using the 9-ball type cue, they go down to about 11.7, 11.75 usually. Some would opt for 12. And the snooker type cue, you're going down to about 10.5, 10.2. Now, if you look at Gareth's cue that he uses, that's the Pots cue, his official brand. He uses a nylon ferrule, or the black ferrule, on his cue. I see most of the other players using either titanium, most of it titanium. So Gareth's a field player. He's got excellent timing, excellent touch. He likes to feel exactly what he's doing with the cue ball, and with titanium being one of the hardest metals, you lose a bit of feel on the cue ball. Now the Chinese players seem to love that. You've seen the way they smash the balls in. Even the rail balls are smashed at pace. There's no real feel there. That's pure alignment and in. But Gareth, he has one of the best timing, one of the best cue actions you'll see. So that's why you'll see those rail balls. He doesn't smash them in like that. He times them in with a touch aside. So this being the 14th edition, we've had 13 winners. Now, there is actually a picture on the outside of this venue of the winners and how many tournaments they've won. I could post that, I could take a picture of that, post it to my social media. But I do know them. I think I'd get the list right. I know Gareth's won 3. Yang Fan, I think, has won 2. Yang Fan playing at the moment. Then you've got Zhao Ruliang, who's won 1. Chu Bingxie has won 2. Jing Yubo has won 2. Niu Zhang has won 1. I might be missing one person there. Yu Hai Tao has won 1 as well. And this at the moment from Bo Junjia after the dry break from Gareth Pots. Alternate break format. He'll be breaking in the next frame. Now, Jing Yubo has not retired. He played in this tournament. We had him on the TV table against Xu Jinqi, another Chinese favorite here. Lost that match 13-10 and went on to lose another match in the stage before this. So not making it into the last 64 was Jing Yubo. This black ball to complete another one visit clearance. looks good. It's there. Borgengia goes 3-1 up with another rack and run. And that's off Gareth Pots' break once again. Yeah, what a standard at the moment. 4 frames played, 4 one-visit clearances. 100% clearance rate. Now at the moment, the only thing Potts has done wrong is the break. And you can't even call that wrong because he's hitting them well. And sometimes it just doesn't work. Fifth frame, Borgengia to break. It's a race to 19 to get into the last 16 here. Yeah, look at how consistent that is. He was quite upset with himself in the previous break that he had, that he lost the cue ball. These Chinese players so consistent, potting a ball to the center pockets. I think now you see the reason why we had to change the break rule to alternate break. 2 tournaments ago, we had Zheng Zhaohai, and he was up against Wang Luqi, a female player, and on the TV table, 7 consecutive break and runs. 7 consecutive in a race to 13. How do you play against that? Her first visit to the table was in the 8th frame. She misses a ball. She goes 8-0 down, 9-0 down. That is the standard, and that's what these players can do. A 7-pack on these tables. On these stripes, it looks like the only ball that doesn't pot is the 9, but have a look at what he's looking at here. It's 11 off the 9 into that corner, top left. And I'm sure he'd play it in a way that he would leave himself a recovery shot after that if the 9 is not potable. Yeah, I would think it's a bit easier to come from the 11 into the 9 here, based on the incoming angle, but he's taking the 10 first. Oh, what a shot that is. How clean can you play that? You cannot play that any better. Yeah, I'd say a slight bit of acknowledgement there from Gareth. He knew that wasn't easy to come from that angle towards it. Much easier from the 11 if you're right behind the 11. You're playing directly off the 9 then. Too clean from Borgengia. Yeah, what you'll see is most of the Chinese players hit that front ball, trying to get those balls into the center pocket. And they actually have both breaks. They have the power break, which you see sometimes, and Sometimes you'll see a player like Chu Bingjie use a softer break, so the ball is just trickling into the center pocket. But depends on the conditions, depends on how they feel. Everything's working at the table. And here we go again. This is off his own break. Bo Junjia, 4th point on the board, 4th one-visit clearance, 2nd break and run for him. Should get the stats coming up now. It is 100% one-visit clearance rate here. 4-1 to Bo Junjia. He's got 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Gareth with that 1 rack and run that was off the break where Bo Junjia potted the cue ball. Now 5 frames played. This is the 6th frame. It will be Gareth Pots to break. So far, 2 dry breaks for him. I think you might see a little bit more power in this. I feel he's going to give it everything. Yeah, definitely gave that a bit more. Gets the 10 ball in. Now in this entire match thus far, 4-1 down. This is only his 2nd chance at a table. You'd never think that in an alternate break format that can happen. Especially at this level, these players, they're expecting to make a ball off the break at least, or expecting the opponent to not. Now he has taken his extension, time extension. Players get 45 seconds per shot, 1 extension of 30 seconds per frame. He's got some work to do in this frame, does Gareth. That 6 ball now, you could attack it from the 2 depending on the angle you have on it. You could go 2 into the stripe and release the stripe ball. But in this way, I think coming at it from the top might be a bit better. Also has the angle from the 7 to run into them now. Yeah, that's played well. Deserves to be on something after that. That was quite controlled, of course, to miss the 11 and get the 6 out. There's the position he has on the 2. He's going to have to swerve this slightly. Needing a bit of left, bottom left to come around the 5 here. You can see where he's queuing on the cue ball. Yeah, just a touch. Yeah, his use of side on the table and the way he can control the cue ball and the pot. Because this is napped cloth, you have to know everything's throwing. As soon as there's some side on that cue ball, the cue ball's moving. He's got to go up table here to get on the 5. Needs to judge the pace right. It's medium distance 5 to this bottom right corner pocket. It's going to leave him on the black ball to the bottom left. This is where composure is everything. And nobody does that better than this man at the table. Being down is not an issue. Gets his second point on the board with a clearance off his own break this time. It's 4-2 here after 6 frames played.
全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
Look, we have 6 frames played on the TV table after 34 minutes. Let's have a look at some of the other scores. On table 2, that's a huge match. Chu Bingjie goes up against Shen Shenyi. It's 3-all there at the moment. Niu Zhang also playing on table 3. It's 2-all. Dennis and Phone, table 5. It's 3-1 to Dennis Okolo. Kelly Fisher and Chao Lu-men. It's 3-all on table 8. Sina Velazedo from Iran. He's 2-1 up against Zhao Ruliang, table 9. I'm looking for Liu's match. Where is he? On table 15, Chin Li Wen is 5-1 up on Zhang Tai. And on table 21, Zheng Zhaohai is 4-2 up against Liu Yule. That's the 13-year-old. So the score there, 4-2 in favor of Zheng Zhaohai. Now, I did mention earlier the player who made 7 consecutive break-in runs on the TV table when we had the winner's break format. That's the player, Zheng Zhaohai. So I tell you what, it's not going to be an easy match for Liu Yule. But what a performance from him. I can see why he's such a favorite here, and yeah, he's such a fan favorite. He's, yeah. Upset, he's very cute as well. You see him sometimes sitting in the stands there. And I've seen on Chinese social media, he's actually an ambassador and a sponsored player for one of the Q cases here. So there's videos of him putting his cues in the case and carrying his case around the clubs. It's too cute. 13-year-old Liu Yule. Table 22, we have Yang Fan 3-2 up against Cale Barrett from Australia. And I have to give a shout out to young Jack Beggs from New Zealand. He played against Chu Bingjie yesterday, lost 17-11, but what a performance from him in this tournament. He's come through the qualifying stages to get to that last 64. He goes up against what is one of the best players in the world at the moment at this game. If you look at stats and on paper, and he was down by quite a bit, managed to get back into that match, but unfortunately his breaks let him down. But still, to give Chu Bingjie a run to get to double digits, what a performance from Jack Beggs from New Zealand. 15 years of age. And the reason why nobody asked his age is because he doesn't look 15. And he doesn't act 15 either. But yeah, amazing performance from him, and very bright future ahead of Jack Beggs in this game. As you've seen so far in this match, the break is everything. It's pretty much the only separator at the moment. Control the break here. You get the break right, you control the match. I thought that was going to give him a slight issue there. It was heading towards the outside jaw, but grazed in. After 6 frames here, we still have 100% clearance rate in one visit here. We really are spoiled for choice in this round with the matches that are being live streamed currently. He's left himself an angle here on the 14. It goes in off the 3. Cue ball heading towards the black ball. Now, the way he's also gone through this pattern is amazing because he gets a black ball out. He should be landing on the 9. Very high percentage. Look at a shot like that. That is unbelievable. Cannot believe a player can control the cue ball like that. Brilliant. Absolutely flawless from Bo Junjia, and this is from his break. A monster rack indeed. 7 one-visit clearances here from these players. It's 5-2 to Bo Junjia with another break and run. I cannot believe the standard here. I did see a comment about the rating system used here in China. So rating system used especially for the Joy tournaments, the Joy Masters. We have 5 of them a year, with this being the biggest one, the Grand Masters. So the previous 4 tournaments that happened before this throughout the year, those are the tournaments that are used for rankings, the Division 1 and the Super Tour. Division 1 being a tournament that's open draw, so about 800 Chinese players with 50 to 100 internationals. Completely open draw, which means you can play, for instance, Chu Bingjie in the first round. I just hold that thought. Gareth potted a ball on the break. Black ball gets a kick off the 9 and goes in. Now, if you haven't been watching before, what happens here is Gareth has the choice. Black ball on the spot and carry on. Or he can choose to re-break. Now, even if a ball didn't go in, he still has the same choice. So potting a ball on the break favors the player breaking. And that's solids in play for Gareth here. Potting 1 on the break and potting 1 now means just 5 left on the table. And they're all here. He's very close to his work. Look, I'd say a match like this is big. This is worthy of a final between these two. I would say it favors the player who's played in more big finals. And on that point, Gareth is 1 up on Bo Junjie. You'll notice how cleanly Gareth hits the balls. Really one of the best cue actions you can see. And a player like Gareth also, he relishes these opportunities here where he's playing against the player who's going to bring out the best in him. Sometimes that's what you need. You sit in that chair knowing that when you come to this table, you can't miss. And these players, what a show they are putting on for us at the moment. Break and run for Gareth Pots, and after 8 frames played, it's 5-3 here, and that is 8 one-visit clearances. Brings us to our 10-minute player break. We'll be back in just under 10.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝。 因而各部位酷性一致，欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美。雕琢洞天， 遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽掌天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
Welcome back, everyone. After that 8-frame player break, the players are here. The referee is here as well, Liu Yu, and we are set to get underway again. You are witnessing something special here on this TV table. At the moment, it's 5-3 Beaugengier. We have had 100% one-visit clearance rate. Beaugengier, 3 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Gareth Pots, 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run. 9th frame now. Beaugengier to break. This is a race to 19. And I believe that's his first try break in this match. Doesn't make the 14 into the center pocket, so for the first time here, it's an opportunity for Potts to try and get back into this match, because if he takes this, it's his break next. This could be a major turning point in the early stages of this match here. And the only reason he's down on the scoreboard is because he hasn't had that many chances to the table. The break's been letting him down. His opponent's been breaking so well. And in that case, it looked like the clock was stopped, because there was actually something on the cue ball. I know you've seen many times the players just ask for the cue ball to be cleaned throughout the frame. But in that case, where there's something on the cue ball, I think the referee would stop the clock. Excellent pot on the 3 ball. That's also not an easy clearance to make. The 2-7 down here doesn't look like it's potable if the cue ball is in the center area of the table. The 2 might just be potable if the cue ball is down on the side, below the black ball. Slow down. This needs to slow down. Slow down, cue ball. Oh, my word. Look, I think he's hit that slightly thin, and that's why the cue ball is accelerated like that. Let's have a look at this. Have a look at where it pots in the pocket. Yeah, it was thin. He caught that just a little bit thinner than intended, and that's why there was more pace on the cue ball after contact. And it's traveled an extra, I'd say, foot to half a foot. Oh, definitely a tougher looking table on stripes for Beaugengier. Ball in hand, the first thing he's going to do is sort out the problem on the right side. Gets 2 of them free. I mean, that's 2 out of 3. It's okay. I did see someone on the YouTube section, comment section, asking about the table pockets here. So it is snooker cut pockets and snooker cushions. Pretty much a 3/4 snooker table. This 9 foot using nap cloth. We are using the Lieberwind 8848 cloth, best cloth in the world at the moment to play Heyball on. And I've seen that a lot of the major snooker tournaments are also using Lieberwind these days. Very thick slate here, but not heated on the Joy tables. This is the Joy Q8 table you are looking at. Manufactured not far from here, as Qinhuangdao is the home of Heyball, the home of Joy, and where Joy's main factory is located. This is their flagship table at the moment, the official table of the Grandmasters Finals. Steel blocked cushions as well. Each cushion you see, that's from corner pocket to center pocket, weighing about 50 kilos each. A good pot in the 1 ball there from Pots. Size of the pockets, 85 millimeters at the slate drop on the corner pockets. What you'll also notice is this TV table, usually as we get down to the final stages of this tournament, will be clothed every second day, and semis and finals, it should be clothed once a day. You might even see it getting reclothed before the second session of the final. Our referee has said he doesn't have an extension. Unfortunate to not be on the 2. As I said earlier, the 2 was only available if you were below the black ball here. So this is going to turn tactical now. Straight off the bat, I'd say tactical favors Pots. Coming from that English pool background, playing an excellent tactical game and safety game, it's in these players' blood. As always, it's amazing to have all you guys on the stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and joining me. It's quite a lot of fun for me as well when looking at the comments section and really have a nice bit of banter going there and some nice conversation as well. Appreciate you guys being on the stream. Very nice from Gareth. Yeah, you can't leave Gareth with half a chance. He's going to take it, and he's going to then take the frame. So as I said, when they are clothing the TV table here, especially at the end stages of this tournament, quite a few times, they don't recloth the cushions here, just the bed. Tell you what, it's pretty tough to cloth these cushions. Not for the Joy factory, of course, or the Joy table installers here in China, but for the normal person to do it, it's steel block. There's no place to staple. You are actually gluing the cloth onto the steel block that's there. It's very difficult indeed. As we see Gareth take this point, that's an excellent point for Gareth to get. Brilliant stuff from him. He takes that multi-visit frame point here. I believe that was the 9th frame. It was, and it was a big point for Gareth to get. It was the first frame where both these players came to the table. Now 5-4, 10th frame to get on the way. It will be Gareth to break, so an excellent chance for him to equalize things at 5-all here. Expect a big break here from Gareth. He'll know that this is his chance to try and equalize and possibly take the lead for the first time, but nothing there. I tell you what, he's immediately looking at what he's left on. So entry into all of these Joy Masters events is free. There is no entry fee. And I know many of you would like to know how you can play in one of these tournaments. So make sure you are following the Joy page on Facebook. That's World Heyball Tour. And that's where the tournaments get announced. So you'll see the posters coming out, the official posters for the events. Now, if you have a Q-Sport governing body in your country, contact them and tell them, look, this is a tournament I'd like to play, and can you contact the Joy staff? Otherwise, if you don't, then you can contact the Joy staff directly. You tell them where you're from and that you'd like a spot for the tournament. They will facilitate your invitation letter, help you get the visa as well if you need one. And all you have to do is book your flights to come here. They'll tell you which dates to book for. You get here and Joy take care of the rest. Transport from the airport to the hotel, transfers, hotel to the practice venue, and hotel to the playing venue as well. Now, usually we have the practice tables in the hotel like we did here for the qualifying stage. So you have no excuse not to practice. Practice is free at these Grandmasters final tournaments as well. So all you have to do is get your cue, go down the lift, and you're in the practice venue. If you do qualify into these tournaments, because there is a qualifying stage before the main event starts, where we take 384 international players, I believe down to 196. If you make it through the qualifying stages, you are already in the prize bracket and getting prize money. So entrance from the international side, we had 384 spots available. So this year spots were slightly limited. Last year we had about 700 players here, but this year spots were limited. So that's why you have to be quick. As soon as you see the post out on the Joy page now, I did see a question how to contact the Joy team. You do that on the official Facebook page. Just message the Facebook page and one of the Joy team will get back to you and respond to you there. Still very early stages in this match, but Pots being kind of front runner he is, if he does get out in front, it's going to be very tough to catch him, especially once he finds the break. So he'd know that he's holding on at the moment. He hasn't found his break. He's not happy with the break. So he'd be actually happy with being 5-4, 5-5 here. This is still not that straightforward. He's got to connect from the top to the bottom end of the table, which means most likely 6-3 here. Test of queuing coming up on this 3-ball to the bottom right corner. Big shot this for Gareth. Oh, it's not there. Heading towards the outside jaw. Just caught it slightly too thick. You'll have a look at that again. Just too much or too early on the outside jaw there, unfortunately. He was on the 2 next. It was the 3 that was the issue. Now just 2 solids left on the table, and Bourgengier with all... Well, he's got 6 stripes left. Even if he wants to, he can put the cue ball behind one of those stripes, make things difficult for Gareth if he feels he needs to, while trying to get his balls into better positions here. What a shot that is. I expected him to play that with a little bit more bottom to put the cue ball behind the 11 at least, to make sure he gets a snooker, but so confident in the pot. And also he's got a very safe cue ball had he missed that, glued to the ball cushion. Look at the pace here. It's gone a little bit far, but he's on the 15. In a case like that, rather longer than shorter. If he's short there, he gets behind the blue. I did see a comment earlier saying, why didn't, or block the pocket with the 3 ball. I'm guessing that was when Gareth was on the table. Now, that is a shot you would never see amongst, at this level. Never. Rolling down the 3 to the cushion, never. These players will play the ball. 100% of the time they'll play the ball. They'll play to pot, play to stun. And also very rare to see them playing a ball dead weight here or rolling a ball in, especially at distance like that. So easy to not get through the cue ball or just decel slightly. And in this game, really you can't afford any deceleration. You have to be so accurate with everything here. You can't put a touch of unwanted side. Gareth had a chance at this table. This was off his break. And Bourgengia powers that in to get his 6 points on the board. After 10 frames played, the score is 6-4 in favor of Bourgengia with his break in the next frame. My 11th frame coming up, it will be Bourgengia to break. So far in this match, Bourgengia with 3 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Gareth Pots, 2 break and runs and 1 rack and run. That puts us on 8 one-visit clearances out of 10 frames. A 80% one-visit clearance rate here between these two players. Absolute gladiators out there on the TV table. Doesn't make a ball. Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that. And Gareth secures stripes here. Now, being a race to 19, this is still early stages in the match, but say what you want to do here is, in Gareth's situation at least, is being down. His break hasn't been working that well, and now his opponent's break not working. So he'd know, great chance to get back into the match. And with Bourgengia having the momentum, say Gareth would be happy with sticking with him, keeping the scoreline close until we get to middle or end stages, and then, especially if he finds his break, that's when you see the true grit come out as we get to middle and ending stages. And I'd have to say that's exactly what he showed in that final frame last night against McHill. Very tough match between those two players, and Gareth had to make a clutch clearance off Mick's break in that last frame, and he made it. He did it. 17-16 over McHill. And they've had many battles on the English 8-ball table before. So it was a big match between those two players, legends of the game. Hard to find two people with more knowledge at the game of English 8-ball than those two. Tip size on Pots' cue. Look, I'm not 100% certain, but to me, you're looking at least above between 10 and 11. I'd say 10.5, 10.7 possibly. In this game already, 10 flat is a little bit too thin. There's going to be a little bit of distance on the next pot as the cue ball just rolling slightly down here. He's going to want to come into the angle of the black ball here. Try and get close as he can. This is good. This is very good. A little bit more. That is almost perfection from Gareth Pots. And that's 5th point on the scoreboard for Gareth Pots. What a point that is. That's off his opponent's break, and now he's breaking in the next frame. Chance for him to equalize. There we have it, Gareth Pots, 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Borgengier with 3 break and runs and 2 rack and runs. 9 one-visit clearances from both these players out of 11 frames played. Chance again here for Gareth to equalize in this match. His break. 12th frame now, 6-5 down. The 1 ball goes in. That's much better from Gareth. He's made another ball in the corner as well. Now we have been playing for about 1 hour 20 minutes. Let's have a look at the score lines on the other tables. Table 2, we have Chubingjie 5-all against Shenzhen. So somebody said, why is there not more people in the stands? That's because most of the Chinese fans would be on that table. Then they'd also be on table 3. Niu Zhang is 6-2 down against Hu Yihong. Niu Zhang, your previous winner of this tournament. Then they'd also be around table 5. Dennis Okolo really giving it against Foneman Kyo. He's 6-2 up. Another big match, table 8, Kelly Fisher, 6-5 up. Table 9, Sina Valizedo, 4-all with Zhao Ruliang. Zheng Kongpeng 9-6 up against Liu Junyan. Table 10. Table 13, Tang Shunchao 6-5 up against Zhao Long. Now, every match I've said so far is a huge match here. They're all worthy of being TV table matches, and I'm sure the people who are in the venue are really spoiled for choice moving from table to table here, watching these matches, because I'm in awe of the matches that we have here. Table 15, that's a huge one. Chen Li Wen against Zhang Tai. Chen Li Wen 7-6 up at the moment. And then I'm looking for our 13-year-old player here. Here he is, table 21. Zheng Zhaohai is 5-all with Liu Yule. Tough match on table 21 there. And on table 22, Yang Fan 5-4 up against Cale Barrett from Australia. Tough combination to get right there, 3-9-5. I think first order of business for Bo Junjie is to pot that 5-ball. Use one of his stripes to pot it and get the cue ball safe. He's got, I would say, two options here. You can clip off the 11, carry him into the 5. That's what he's playing. Needs a cue ball to hold. He's played that well. Now, other option would have been to play the 14 with a lot of top left or left on the cue ball to swing it into the ball cushion. But I think that option was better, this one that he played. Look, there's a gap there by the 7 and the pocket. He was looking at 10-13 combination into that gap, but that is very risky. Much rather come down the right side, play the 10, and then play the 13 afterwards. But still, it's not straightforward here. Little bounce. Cue ball control. You know, the term is used quite lightly in this game. Cue ball on a string, but something else when it comes to these players. Rather use the term ball in hand positional play. Because that's what these players pretty much do 95% of the time at least. Is they're putting that cue ball where you would put the cue ball if you had ball in hand. It's absolutely ridiculous. Look, that's exactly where he wanted this cue ball. Now, the position on the 13. And what he'd actually love to do here is to just actually cannon into the 6 off this bottom cushion. If you cannon into the 6, I'd say half ball, you push the 6, you're perfectly on the 13, but that is tough to do. You go into the 6 full bore here, you could be in trouble. And you don't go into the 6 at all, you're not on the 13. Look at that. That is ridiculous. Crazy. Better than ball in hand. Has to use the edge of the pocket here. You can see it's not a full pocket. It's too good. Too good. And that is beautiful from Bo Junjia. Absolute perfection. That's his 7th point on the board. He's 7-5 up against Gareth Pots in this race to 19. So scoreline 7-5 here. Bo Junjia to break. What an out that was. Perfectly played from the 10 ball to come down. And then that little nudge on the 6 to just open up the 13. He's in form. And the break is back. Yeah, not content with potting 1 ball on the break. Pots 3 balls on that break. It's a 2 in the center. There's another one in the top corner. There's a 4 top corner and then 1 in the bottom left. 3 solids potted on that break. Does he have a shot on solids here? Although I'd give him 80% plus chance of potting the 3 ball from here. It's not a shot he would go for, not as an opening shot. I think that would be a little bit disrespectful to take a shot like that on, considering who your opponent is. And the 12's there, stripes in play for Bo Junjia. He's off again here. I think the referee might need a throat lozenge here. So the reason you can hear the referee is because he's mic'd up, actually. That's why we can hear him when he calls foul or 10 seconds or when he's counting down. That is 100% correct. All the tables here are being streamed for free. It's not pay-per-view. Everything is being streamed here for free at this tournament. From the start of this tournament, we've had all the matches live, and the other tables are on wpalive.tv. Head over there. Everything is there for you. I think we should even have the names under the tables as well. So you don't even have to look at the bracket or the fixtures or wait for my half-hourly announcements on the scores. Yeah, on the home page, you'll see day 9 grand finals. You know, I can't tell you what a tough pot that 9 ball is, especially played like that. Yeah, rightly so. We have all the names underneath the tables here as well. So you just head over to wpalive.tv and everything is there. Can't believe this. Cannot believe the form that Borgengia is in. I've seen him play before. I think I've had him on the TV table even. But this is a different player I'm seeing. Gareth Pots is bringing out the best in Borgengia here. You know, at times when you know you're playing against a very good player, look, it can break you sometimes, but sometimes it can make you play out of your skin, and that's what's happening here because Gareth Pots is very well known in China. Every single Chinese player here knows how good Gareth is. That's not straightforward. He's wrong side of the 10 ball here. Now he's very wrong side of the black ball. Of the 13, my mistake to get onto the black ball. Is he going to leave this quite long? Yeah, it's not an easy black ball from there. But look at some of the pots he's made in this finish thus far. Has been ridiculous. The 9 was one of them. Especially the way he played it. Usually, these players are playing that with... On that side would be bottom right on the cue ball, throwing it in like that. When you're used to playing it in a certain way, and then you play it with no side and top on the cue ball. It's there, no problem at all. Borgengia, 8 points on the board, and that's another break and run for him. 4 break and runs, 2 rack and runs for Borgengia. 8-5 up against Gareth Pots. Now this is the last 32 players left in this tournament, so we will be down to 16 after this round. Next round will be starting at 6 p.m. local time here in China, and that will be the last 16 playing down to 8 players. So make sure you guys are back on the stream, 6 p.m. local time here in China. 8-5 down, Gareth Pots to break. The 2 almost into the center. But nothing there. Tell you what, Gareth is not going to be too happy with the breaks here. Still early-ish stages here. 8-5. It's 13 frames played out of a possible 37. So put that as 1/3 of the match gone. And look, you saw him in his chair there. He's visibly upset about that break not working, and rightly so, because you're playing against a player who's not missing a ball. You know, if there's one thing I've learned from watching and commentating on these TV table matches with these great players that we've had and have on the TV table, it's cue ball control. That's what this game comes down to. With all the great players we have on the TV table, that's the one thing that sticks. That's why they make it look so easy and effortless. You have to think about it. Like, imagine playing a race to 19, which it is now. Imagine having to fight for every single frame where you're fighting the cue ball all the time. That's going to take a toll on you. Let alone when we come to race to 33, 37, or 35 and 39. How mentally tired and physically tired would it make you to have to keep chasing frames in such long races? Yeah, you can get away race to 7, loose cue ball, pot from anywhere, and, you know, hunt for the finishes. But in these longer races, you can't. Like, if you had to put one of those smart watches or heart rate monitors on Bourgenchi at the moment, that heart rate looks like it's around resting. There's no excitement. There's no stress. That's how he makes it look, at least. I'd actually like to do that when I play another match and see what my heart rate is. I'm sure it's in the high hundreds. You get 150 plus. Constantly chasing the white ball around the table. And then with these players, even when they are slightly off position, which is so rare, they know the cue ball so well to get back into prime position. And I feel that knowledge comes with playing so much. Look at that shot, for example. He wasn't perfect on the 14. He had to go cushion and off. In that case, you overrun that or you clip the 1, you're in trouble. Beautiful to watch from Bourgenchi as he takes another rack and run off Gareth's try break. I believe that should be his 10th point. Now he should be 10-5 up, if I'm not mistaken. Ninth point, sorry. 9-5 up. And that would have added another rack and run to his tally there. So out of 9 frames, he's had 7 one-visit clearances, and Gareth out of 5 frames, 4 one-visit clearances. Still an extremely high level here. Now 9-5 up. Bourgenchi to break. Yeah, a lot of power in that. That BK rush really paying for itself today. agree with that 100%. Relaxation comes from the belief in your abilities, especially in this game. Now it looks like the way of stripes here. Now let's have a look at how he frees the 11 ball. That's by the 3 now. That's his problem ball. It's really the only problem he has on the table. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. The BK rush is amazing. I've used the air rush as well. The air rush is crazy. There's a lot of power in the air rush. I think another overpowered jump cue is one of the Mez air drive, I think it is. So much power in that. Now he didn't take the 14 earlier because he didn't have any angle to go into the 11, but now this is getting a bit tougher because he's taking balls off the table. He's taken his extension as well here. Look at this. What an effort that is. That is a crazy effort. Crazy to even attempt that, let alone the pot, how difficult that was. He's managed to get it a little bit off the cushion, but it's not potable yet. Look, when it comes to those break and jump cues now, I feel most of the power is coming from the carbon fiber used in that shaft and the way that carbon fiber is manufactured for the shaft. That's what's making some of those cues so powerful these days. Now what does he do now? He's been chasing this 11 ball all throughout this finish. This is off his break at the moment. No, 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 you can't. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot catch your breath. Cannot. He's not out yet, though. He's got to pot this and get onto the black ball. I feel the only way he can do that is by going up and back down the table, but he's got to come down the left side of the table here. The pot's is not there. Look at the position, though. Look at the position on the black ball. This guy is crazy. cannot catch your breath. Bo Junjie. Oh, Gareth Pots to the table. Got to get this point on the board. Look, tactically speaking here, he's a massive favorite for this frame, especially with where the 11 ball is. And he'll know that when he came to the table. So 3 out into the open. He's got the snooker behind the 6 ball at least. It should be full ball. Yeah, 6 and black ball. And he's covered it well because even coming down to this bottom cushion on our side of the table, you can't get there. He feels he can. He'd have to swerve it around the 6 a little bit to get there. Then let the side kick off that cushion. Yeah, it was a tough ask, that one. So that's worked out very well for Gareth. He's got ball in hand here. Will also be his break in the next frame. So it looks like he's playing the 6 first, coming into the angle of the 4 ball next. That's the pink 4 that's in the balk area. Yeah, it's easier said than done to try and get Bo Junjie out of stroke, to slow him down. I mean, even if you play tactics against him, what you'd see some of these Chinese players do is if it becomes a tactical frame, very tactical, they'll pretty much give the frame up on purpose, just bang the balls and give it up because they know their finishing rate is so high. So if you come into this game with an 80% one visit clearance rate at least, you can afford to give away the scrappy frames because you know you come to the table, you're making the clearance. But just imagine that coming into a match knowing that your clearance rate is that high. Ridiculous. To have that kind of belief, self-confidence, the years and the hours that go into that. And the patience has proved to work out here for Gareth Pots as he gets his point on the board. Score now 9-6. He's just 3 behind and it's his break next. Gareth Pots on his way back.
推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合。
And Gareth to break here. This should be the 16th frame, and we will have a player break after this. Now, I do see some friction in the comments section with my previous statement that the Chinese players would give away the frame if it gets too tactical. I'll explain why. So, for example, say you are Bo Junjie, you in stroke, everything's going your way. You've made 4 break-in runs, 2 rack-in runs. You've got about a 70 to 80% clearance rate in one visit. Why would you waste your time and play a 20-minute tactical battle? And that can lose your stroke. That can put you out of rhythm. Instead, give away the frame. You know you're breaking in the next frame, and there's an 80% chance you're going to make a break and run. Even if you're not breaking, other player breaks, chance of a dry break, and you make a clearance. That's what these players do. They taught to do that, to stay in stroke. In this tournament, on the TV table, how many times have you seen the Chinese players play an over 10-minute frame? Hardly. Even with that, I'll give you an example. The previous frame, Bo Jinjie, the attempt on his ball there. When we first saw that, it looked like it couldn't go. I even said it couldn't go. But he went for that because that was an attempt to pot it. It wasn't an attempt to touch. He tried to pot that. If it didn't work out, he knows he's giving away the frame. Also, a race to 19. He can afford to give away a frame. At this level of play and with these players and the way they play, they don't want to get stuck in a 20-minute tactical battle. I couldn't have said it any better. You lose that mini tactical battle to win the war. I know it's hard to win from the background we come from. It's like you win that tactical battle, it puts you up or it gives you some advantage. That's not how the Chinese players think. That's why they play so good. It's because they don't think like that. Their entire game is focused around clearing the table at every single opportunity. And I would say the alternate break format even favors that even more for them, because how long can you play tactics against them for? They are going to come back to the table. They are going to be breaking. And from what you've seen in this tournament, more often than not, they're potting a ball on the break. It's the first time I've seen him unhappy with the positional shot, is Bo Jinjie. He had to check that quite a lot to get the cue ball to hold there. So I hope I explained my statement well and hope that makes sense to you guys. It doesn't, it also from my side, it doesn't come from just watching one match. Quite a few hundreds of hours, possibly thousands of hours of commentary done on Heyball tournaments. So by now I've seen a lot of how the Chinese play. Then usually also I'm one of the last international players left at the tournament, well, people left at the tournament. One of the last to leave because I do the final here as well. So I spend quite a bit of time with the Chinese players, watching how they work, their culture, the way they play, the way they practice, trying to figure out what makes these players tick. Where is this black ball going? It's 9-6. This is the frame before the player break. Center pocket. That was center pocket off the solid. That's what he's played because he hasn't hit that thin enough to be going to the pocket directly. That was tough. Now 16th frame. Score's either going to be 10-6 or 9-7 here before that player break. It's an important one for Gareth. Very important. We're just under halfway, I'd say. Few frames shy of halfway. Yeah, securing the frame is Gareth here. Look, and the statement I just made, Gareth knows that as well. He knows that if he pushes tactics, he knows that Borgengia is eventually gonna not want the frame. He's not gonna want to get involved in a long, drawn-out tactical battle, especially when he's just left one ball on the table. Expect him to get this, though. No contact there, unfortunately. Just pushed wide off the cushion, opened the angle. See a comment on the Facebook stream. No way he's potting that. So I'm assuming that was towards that black ball that he missed to the center. Tell you what, it was very close. He was not far off on that. So I'm sure Gareth has some angle on this. He's going to want to just move the 2 ball over the center pocket. It's gone a touch far, has it? But Gareth here, a massive favourite to take his 7th point. It should be 9-7 as we go into the player break. Shot. What a shot that is from Gareth. Push the 2 back out into open play. He's in prime position here now. It's the 7 ball on this bottom cushion by us. How do you play this? Do you go into the 7? Nudge the 7 off the cushion. It's risky, though, to go into the 7 from the 1. You land right behind it. 7 requires some potting. It's not that close to the pocket. He's going to have a little bit of an angle on there as well. And those are tough. Potting a cushion ball when you're setting up on the black ball and your opponent is on the same black ball. He cues these so well. I fancy him to get this. As you see, he's left himself just a little angle, so he's on the black ball. It's there. Can imagine the pressure on that 7. Beautiful play from Gareth Pots. 7 point on the board for Gareth. What a point that is. He's 9-7 down, only 2 behind Bourgengia as we go into the 16-frame player break. We'll be back in just under 10.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，换一切为可能。超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角，罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝。 因而各部位酷性一致，欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美。 雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起， 潮流之势，包罗万象，读蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
And we are back after the player break. Well, Gareth Pots is in the arena, and you can see the clock ticking down, 9:44, 9:45. It's a 10-minute player break. If he's not in the arena by 10, he might give away the frame here. Unless he's there and the referee's talking to him already, but he's not in his seat, and that's 10 minutes gone. I'm not too sure exactly where Bourgenjia is. I think Gareth is wondering the same thing we are. He's going to go and have a look at the clock possibly. The ref is doing that now. So we are over 10 minutes. This is the first time I've seen this on the TV table. In my experience, I think that means he forfeits a frame. Bear with me, guys. This is the first time I've seen this, where a player has come back late from the timeout. So the score was 9-7, or is 9-7. And it was supposed to be Bourgenjia to break. The referee's telling him that it's his break. Yeah, Gareth realizing what's just happened. So if it is Gareth Pots' break, that means the score line should be 9-8 now. That is huge. The scoreline is 9-8. It's just been updated. So Bourgenjia has lost a rack because he was late to the table. Look, everybody knows it, and anyone who's ever played in this tournament, you know it's 10-minute timeout. And if you've been on the stream, you'd know that players are back usually within 5. But that is the first time I've ever seen that on the TV table. Wow. So new scoreline, 9-8, Gareth Pots to break. I must say it's good to see the rules being enforced, the rules that have been made for the tournament. And I feel you have to do that. I mean, it's a blanket rule. It goes across the board. You make an exception. It was 40 seconds or 30 seconds, but you make an exception for one. You have to make an exception for all. And then why have the rule in the first place? Now the match is not timed, but players have a shot clock on them. It's 45 seconds per shot. One extension of 30 seconds per frame. You'll hear the referee call 10 seconds after 35 seconds has gone, and then he counts down from 5. While Gareth's at the table, let's have a look at some of the score lines now. We haven't looked at score lines for quite a while. I'm sure there's a lot of movement. Been playing for about 2 hours, 13 minutes now. On table 2, Chu Bingjie is down 9-8 against Chen Chenyi. Table 3, Niu Zhang 7-8 down against Hu Yihong. And it looks like Fonement has come back in that match. Dennis Okolo 9-7 up against Phone. Table 5. Kelly Fisher is down at the moment, 12-8 down against Chao Lu Min. Table 8. Table 9, Zhao Ruliang 9-6 up against Sina Velazada from Iran. Jung Kam playing 15-9 up against Liu Junyan, and he has to go down as one of the favorites to win this as well. What form he's on. Tang Shun Shao 11-7 down against Zhao Long, table 13. Tough match for Justin Sage from Australia. He's 11-6 down against Wu Zhenyu, table 14. Big match on table 15. Jin Li Wen and Zhang Tai all square at 11 all. And Julian Serradilla, what a performance he's been putting in this tournament. At the moment, he's up 11-5 against Shi Hanqing. On table 21, Li Yule, 13-year-old player from China. He's 10-9 up against Zheng Zhaohai at the moment. And these matches are race to 19 alternate break. Now we saw Pots at the table, the 4-ball not going into the center. Now look at the position that Bo Xunji has brought the cue ball into here. He's on the 11 to the center with the option to take out the 13 as well here. I feel in this case you'd like to go from behind the 13 to release it. Yeah, like that, pushing it towards another pocket instead of down towards where the 9 is at the moment. You know, the execution is it's like AI. It's ridiculous. It's one thing to think of a shot and to see the shot, but to execute it to that level of perfection. And this looks like it could be 10th point loading here for Bo Xunji. The 9-ball does go past the 3 into the top right. But the 10 doesn't go into the center, so he's going to have to swing around here. Quite a bit of pace on that. Now 10-ball for the top left corner pocket. I would say cue ball of 2 cushions here, coming down towards the black ball. Between 1 and 4. Yeah, this pace needs to hold up. Where is it? It's good. It was always dangerous though coming into that gap though, because I feel like you were going to be coming very close to the black ball if you judged it slightly wrong. But played to perfection from Bo Xunji. Gets his 10th point on the board. He's 10-8 up, and that is a rack and run of Gareth Pots' break. His first visit to the table, and he makes a clearance.
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。
第19局，由俊杰开球。
The score is 10-8. Beaugengier to break. He gave up his last break and gave up that frame even. It's late to the table after the play break. First time I've ever seen that happen. Rules were enforced. Frame conceded. And that's cue ball in. Big chance here for Gareth Pots. Now Gareth has made sure that he's always within distance here. What I mean by that is 2 behind puts you in range where if you make a rack and run off the try break of your opponent or take that frame, you breaking to equalize. So you're always right there. Yeah, beautiful pot from Pots there. Stun run through to be on the 3 ball. How well do you have to hit that? Now these all go. The 6 connects to the 1 ball. The 1 ball does look like it passes the 10 into the top left. You have to agree with that. Stun run is a very tough shot to get right because the amount that you want the cue ball to run has to be perfect. And if you don't cue or hit a stun run properly, you end up stunning the cue ball and you're totally off position because it's not where you wanted it. What he's done, he's left the 7 down the left side to connect from the 1 to the black ball. And that's what you'll notice about these top English 8-ball players. Their patterns, rock solid. A few of the English 8-ball players here come from that background at this tournament. You'll see their patterns is exceptional. The likes of Gareth Pots, Mick Hill, Jordan Shepherd, Jack Whelan, Arfan Dad as well. Absolutely brilliant. The way this man at the table cues the ball, it's a marvel to watch. Gareth Pots puts his 9th point on the board. It's 10-9 here. He's just 1 behind now, and it's his break next. Gareth Pots to break now. He's 10-9 down. Chance to equalize here. Cue ball almost into the center. Does he make a ball? The 4 is in. Well, that previous frame was a rack and run from Gareth Pots, so he's now on 3 rack and runs, 2 break and runs out of 9 points. His opponent, Bo Junjie, on 10 points with 4 break and runs and 4 rack and runs. That's what I was talking about. Bo Junjie holding at an 80% one visit clearance rate.
10秒，延时。
Now entering the middle phase of this tournament. Of this match. I think somebody's just walking in the stands there, unfortunately for Gareth. This is a tough table. He's potted a ball off this break, but this is tough. Solid, secure. What's the chances he feels like he could go into 5 and 2 off the 7 here? How else do you get to the 5 and 2? Unless tactical shot here from Gareth. Oof. That is unfavorable. He's now got 3 of these solids along the side here. This is a tough table. Tough table and big frame in this match. Play that nicely. He's released the 1 and released the 6 here. Now both of them nicely available. With the scoreline being as tight as it is, I feel Bo Junjie is gonna try his best here tactically against Gareth, which is a very tough ask though. And Gareth loves these frames, relishes the opportunity to outwit his opponent, outplay. Gareth did leave the 9 open, but percentage play there, I think he did feel like, because of the way the 14 was situated, and even the 11 up in the balk area, he would have become a massive favorite if Bo Junjie decides to attack the frame and try and chase the finish. Is he taking this 5 to the top right? What a shot this will be. He is. And it's there. What a pot that is from Gareth Pots. I can't tell you how tough a shot that is with where the cue ball was and the distance from the 5 to the pocket. The pattern here is tough though, because where's the 2 ball going? And you're not on the 7 now, so it's not like you can go 7, 1, 6, 2. Dangerous, very dangerous. No, you're joking. You are joking. No, he's not human. To play a shot like this, have a look at this again. The combination from that distance. You've got to hit that absolutely perfect. That's the same as potting the 2 ball directly into that bottom pocket with where the cue ball was. Now then, to the 1 ball. Past the 9. Get a bit of a bounce. Man, he's had to work for this. The 2 onto the 7, that was ridiculous. It doesn't make it easier that the black ball doesn't go into the bottom left. Pretty much only available into the centers. Where now? Is there benefit in putting the black ball into this bottom right corner pocket and leaving it there? Looking at where the 12 and the 15 are. Does he try and play the double drop heading towards the 13 as well? Oh, he hasn't found the 13. Look at the pace he's played that. I got a feel he was going for something like a double drop there. It wasn't rolling up on that 13. It was coming at pace. What a finish that would have been. He was chasing that one. Some highlight reel shots in that solids clearance from Gareth Pots. Now, the 15 ball for Bourgengier. That's the problem here. Look at where it's situated, and if he gets some of the solids out the way, he could play the cross bank on it to the center, but Doesn't need to. He's got so many connectors around the center of the table to nudge into the 15 ball. That's a good question on the YouTube stream. You can pot the black ball and your opponent's ball. You can't pot the black ball and your own ball. So when you are playing the black ball, you have to be on the black ball. You can't pot one of your balls, your last ball, and then pot the black ball. No. But in the shot that he was trying to do, that was fair. You're on the black ball, you pot the black ball, you can pot your opponent's ball, no matter, as long as you've made contact with the black ball first. That pretty much applies throughout the rest of the frame as well. You can always pot your opponent's balls as long as you make contact with your ball on first, or your color group. So here we go from the 10. Off the bottom cushion here on our side of the table towards the 15. Close. Not enough. Or is it? He feels like he can get this in. That is tight. Very tight to the center pocket. Crazy. Crazy. The 15 was very tight into the center. He felt like it wasn't a pot that he wanted to try and make, so gets it off the cushion. Now usually here you could go 2 cushions off the side and balk with a bit of inside. Left side on the cue ball to just check it up off that cushion a little bit. And this was a huge frame in this match. Gareth tried to chase the finish there, but unlucky on the black ball, and Beaugengier takes the frame. It's 11-9 now to Beaugengier in this race to 19. Should still be 4 break and runs, 4 rack and runs for Beaugengier, 8 one-visit clearances. Gareth with 2 break and runs and 3 rack and runs. Now 11-9 means 21st frame to come will be Beaugengier to break in that. Having won the leg, all the odd numbered frames are his break. If we do go to a decider, it will be his break as well. $11-9. Quite a long way to go here still. Big props to Gareth Pots though. He stayed in this match, although he hasn't found his break yet. You know how difficult that is to do against one of the top Chinese players. So can you imagine if he starts breaking well, what happens here? Makes the 9 in the bottom, 7 almost in as well. Let's have a look at some of the score lines from the other matches. 2 hours, 40 minutes of play at the moment. Table 2, Shen Shenyi is 11-10 up on Chu Bingjie. Chu Bingjie is currently, I'd say, one of the best players in the world. And what will it be if he's eliminated in the last 32? Shen Shenyi automatically then becomes one of the favorites here. Already is. Table 3, previous year's winner Niu Zhang, 9-8 down to Hu Yihong. Table 5, Dennis Okolo is 3 ahead of Fonement, 11-8 up. Kelly Fisher is hanging in there. She's 13-10 down to Chao Lumen. That's on table 8. Table 9 sees Zhao Ruliang, another favorite of this tournament. He's 11-6 up against Sina Valizada from Iran. Zhang Kumpang, another big favorite, 17-11 up against Liu Shunyan. Now Zhang Kumpang has 10 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs. That's 14 one-visit clearances out of 17 points. Yeah, that's unbelievable statistics coming from that match. Tang Shunshao is down 14-9 against Zhao Long. Tang Shunshao, we had her on the TV table last night. Wu Zhenyu, 15-6 up against Justin Sage from Australia, table 14. Table 15, 2 heavy hitters here in China. Qin Li Wen, 13-12 up against Zhang Tai at the moment. Tai, finalist in this tournament last year and your current 2025 World Games Heyball champion. Table 21, Liu Yule, the 13-year-old Chinese player, is 11-all with Zheng Zhaohai at the moment. And table 22 sees Yang Fan, previous winner of this tournament, 9-8 up against Cale Barrett from Australia. Cale Barrett is going toe-to-toe with one of the best players in the world, and he's only 1 frame behind. Yeah, I definitely don't feel that bad losing to Cale Barrett in the winner's qualification now. Yeah, he played exceptional, and he has been throughout this tournament. He's got a great future in this game, does Cale Barrett. Now, early in this frame, you saw the jump shot from Bo Junjie. It didn't work out for him. Gave Gareth an opportunity to take these solids, taking them well at the moment. Always see quite a lot of comments on the stream as to why don't some of the professionals at some of the other Q sports try this game and come to this tournament. The likes of Fedor and things like that. So I've had a thought about it, and one of the reasons I could speculate as to why is if you are top in your discipline, like Fedor and such, they are the best on the 9-ball table. What has happened to the 4-ball? Does he feel that's rolled off? Let's have a look at that again. Did he get a kick? Touch of slide there. Yeah, I think maybe a slide kicked wide, maybe. He's not happy with that. Yeah, so back to what I was saying about why don't the top pros enter here. If you are, what I could say, the top dog in your discipline, you're the best in the world at your discipline, to come and play this, you're totally out of your comfort zone, especially if you haven't practiced on these tables before and you know you're coming here and you're not going to be the best. It's very difficult to do. I know the prize money's life-changing, but when you are so good at something and you are the best at something, it's hard to put yourself in a position where you aren't. Because even if they had to come here, yes, they're most likely going to do so well because their fundamentals and everything about their game is so good, but you cannot expect to just come here and compete with the best Chinese players who've been playing this game for the last 10 years every day for 8 hours. I see them making the top 32, but they're not going to be the best straight away, at least. That's my perspective on it. Now, the Ko brothers, different case there. What they did is they played in the Duya event. That's the Chinese 9-ball. And I think for about a month before the event, they bought a Heyball table and they practiced on that table 8 to 10 hours a day with the sole purpose of coming and trying to destroy everyone in the event. And they did it. Yeah, shot that. And it was after that tournament, I think it was Ko Ping Chung, he said that they practiced till their hands hurt, their backs hurt, till they felt like they couldn't practice anymore. Now imagine, they are so good, and still to be practicing like that, to still put the commitment to the game like that, it's crazy. And it showed. They came to China and they beat all the top players. They finished up first and second in the tournament. But also, that's Chinese 9-ball. So it's still the game of 9-ball. Still going. Rotation 1 to 9. Now you've asked the question, why don't we see Fedor here? Do you think Fedor would put a table in his house and practice 10 hours a day for a month before coming here? If you think the answer is yes, then possibly we would see him here. But that also means he'd have to put Heyball above his other 9-ball commitments, and that I don't think they'll do, because sponsor commitments are also so important. The score here is 12-9 on the TV table. Bo Junjie with 12 points, 4 break-and runs, 4 rack-and runs. Gareth Pots with the break. He's on 9 points, 2 break-and runs and 3 rack-and runs. He's potted a ball on that break as well. That 4 ball in the previous frame, costly for Gareth. Very costly. Look, it looked like he got a slight kick on that. It kicked slightly wide. It's a terrible time to have a kick. What an opening pot that is. Plays those so well. Along the cushion with ease. Fantastic from Gareth. This is more like it. And this is off his break. Another break and run for Gareth Pots. That's a very quick one. That's how easy he can make this game look. He's still just 2 behind now. 12-10 the scoreline in this race to 19. Scoreline here, 12-10, Borgengier to break in this 23rd frame. It's very tight here. It's been this close all the way, just 1 or 2 frames separating these players. And the 7 ball goes in. Yeah, so a question saying wondering where the commentator is from, whether he's from China or the UK. Commentator is from South Africa, Durban, South Africa. So for these events in China, I do travel to China and play in them as well. This tournament, I ended up losing to Cale Barrett in the winners qualification to get into the main stage, and proud to say Cale Barrett is still in here and playing at the moment. He's made the top 32. Yeah, the match was live streamed on Cale Barrett's Facebook page. Please don't have a look at that. Not one of my proudest performances. Oh, big miss on the 14 ball from Bo Junjie. Opportunity here for Pots. Another question asking, what is the commentator's proudest victory? And I see the answer is probably being able to pronounce all these Chinese players' names. Yeah, I'll take that. I try and actually pride myself in that. Being able to pronounce these players' names the way it should be pronounced. It's not easy to do. To get the Chinese pronunciation right. I try my best. Out of respect to the players, of course. It's landed on a combination here, the 9-10 to the top right corner pocket. Looks pretty set, but the distance between the two make them slightly more difficult. And Potts looks to be finding another gear here at the moment. This is when it counts, reaching the closing stages of this match soon. Yeah, the pronunciation of Liu's name. So it's Liu, and then it's not Yule, like Y-U-L-E. It's Yule. That's the sounding here in Chinese. So it's nothing like it's read, usually with the last names. Yeah, that would have been a cracking pot if he got that right. That was very tough from where the cue ball was. And he struck that so well. Looking at the angle he would have had on the 12, he would have been able to move the black ball if he needed to, or play it up towards. Looks like a slightly bigger pocket where the 5 ball is. Yeah, he's played the 4 up to that pocket now. Just move the 5 though. So what he can do here, he could play 6 onto 13 and put the cue ball back into the balk area. Yeah, perfect pace and perfect line with the cue ball. Now, what do you do if you are Gareth Pots? Try and bank the 12 towards the 5. Into that pocket there. Doesn't look like he's going that way, towards the other side maybe. It's not bad. Over cue ball back could go behind the 1 here, off the 6. It's not there. But getting a good cue ball as well on that ball cushion. Now you would see that some of the international players come in here as seeded players. Now that's because they are Joy players. So they have Joy signed contracts. And the way to get that is by performing exceptionally in Joy tournaments. That's how you become a seeded international player here. For the Chinese players as well, the Joy Chinese players, also based on their previous performances in the tournaments. Look at that for a shot from Gareth Pots. That is ridiculous. He deserved more after that. Cracking shot, that. Absolute cracker of a shot. This looks good. Just went slightly towards that outside jaw there. Shot, parking the cue ball behind the 1, acknowledged by Gareth there. Even with giving away ball in hand here, if he doesn't make contact with the black ball, it's still a very tough table for Bourgengier. But I fancy him to come very close to this. It's 6 first. Look, he's given away the foul, but it works in his favor, pushing the 6 towards the cushion. The 6 was available. Yeah, definitely right. You got to be careful not to follow that black ball in if you're coming full ball at the black ball there. So if you have seen some of the Chinese players wearing that gold or yellow waistcoat. That's because they are Perry players from the Perry stable using Perry equipment. That's why they wear the gold waistcoat, if you have been wondering. This is better. This is close. It's going to be cushion first, though. And I feel that Gareth's going to keep rolling up on this if you put him in the same situation. He's not going to open that pocket. What do you do with the 6 ball? A good pot, it leaves him in a situation where he can snooker again, but I don't think Gareth's going to he's not going to make a mistake. He's not going to get 6 first and then black ball. He's going to make sure he's going wide rather than short. Look, it would be absolutely crazy to try and get the 6 out. Crazy indeed. Oh my word. I can't believe that. He can't believe it either. He can't. You can't. You can't. Can't. No. It's too much. Absolutely ridiculous from Bourgengia. Still, there's it again. Look at this. How much better can you hit that? Yeah, it was his only option, but I mean, to execute it to perfection like that, to give yourself a chance at a frame when your opponent puts the black ball in the pocket. And here again, a little bounce. Crazy. Still so composed. Unbelievable from Bourgengia. What a point. Crazy from Bourgengia. 13 points on the board. He leads 13-10 against Gareth Pots. Yeah, Gareth couldn't believe that one either. Getting the 6 ball like that. Yeah, we're seeing some absolutely crazy stuff on this TV table. This now the 24th frame of this match. So we will be entering final third of this match soon. And we will have a player break after this frame as well. Now at the moment, Gareth is down by 3. Pots a ball off his break. Chance to get within 2 here before that player break. Now let's have a look at some of the scores from the other tables. This is all race to 19s. We've been playing for about 3 hours and 12 minutes. Table 2, Shen Shenyi is 14-11 up on Chu Bingjie. Niu Zhang, 12-10 against Hu Yihong, table 3. We've got Dennis Okolo, 14-10 up against Phonement. Phonement has 3 names, actually. He's got his English name, which is Phonement. He's got his Myanmar name, his local name, which is RT Ko. And he's got a Chinese name, which is Yang Xiaojie. So you'll notice when you hear his name being announced here on the stage, they say Yang Xiaojie. We have Zheng Mingqi, 16-8 up against Liang Xiyu, table 7. Table 8, Kelly Fisher, 16-12 down against Chao Lumen. Table 9, Zhao Ruliang, 16-6 up against Sina Velazado. And on table 10, Zhang Kumpeng is on the hill. He's 18-14 up against Liu Xunyuan. Tang Shunshao, 15-13 down against Zhao Long. Table 15, Qin Li Wen is 16-14 up against Zhang Taiyi at the moment. On table 21, Zheng Zhaohai, 16-11 up against the 13-year-old Liu Yule. That's a very tough match for Liu at the moment. It's the first time I've seen him down in a match, actually. We had him on the TV table. He was absolutely annihilating Zhang Kumpeng. It was very close score lines all the way there. And I say annihilating because a player like Zhang Kumpeng, he's not used to playing a 13-year-old player who's going toe-to-toe with him all the way to the last frame, to deciding frame. And at the moment, there are no South African players left in the draw. I think our last few South African players, David Anderson, Kyle Akalu, Jason Taron, just got eliminated before getting into the final 64, unfortunately. But yeah, what a performance from them. I know the Moroccan players from Africa also did very well here. Oh, look at this. Oh, my word. Gareth Pots. Players from India, we had Himanshu Jain on the TV table yesterday against Tang Shunshao. That was our last player left from India, and unfortunately he was eliminated in the last 64. That was on the TV table, so you can catch that match on our Facebook stream and YouTube stream. It should be there on the page. That would be day 13's match play. Gareth getting a really rough roll in this frame. So unlucky. Yeah, we had a bad day at the office for the international players yesterday. The likes of Mick Hill, Chris Melling, Arfan Dad, Jordan Shepherd eliminated. I think Jack Whelan also. Jack Whelan had a tough draw. He went up against New Zhang. That's the last year's winner of this tournament. Lost that one to New Zhang. He was quite far behind. He tried to claw his way back into that match, but unfortunately, New Zhang was able to win that one. Jack Whelan is your current WPA ranked #1 player in the world. And I think Jordan Shepherd and Arfan Dad 3rd and 2nd respectively. I think we got Stephen Ellis 2nd in those rankings, in the WPA rankings. Stephen Ellis losing to Mick Hill just before the last 64 stage of this. Yeah, we did have Jordan on the TV table yesterday morning against Da Yong. It was a tough match between those two. Went all the way to a deciding frame and then break and run from Da Yong in the decider. Yeah, tough roll for Gareth at the moment. He's about to go 14-10 down here after this. That's the 24-frame player break. 14-10 to Bo Junxie. And we will be back in just under 10 minutes. I hope Bo Junxie is as well.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角，罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝。 因而各部位酷性一致，欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。毒蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
And both players are back after that player break. 24 frames played. Bo Junjie is 14-10 up at the moment. He's got 4 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs. Gareth Pots, 3 rack-in runs and 3 break-in runs. This is a race to 19 to get into the last 16 here. Now that last 16 will be played later this evening, 6 p.m. local time here in China. Four ball not there, so that's a dry break from Bo Junjie. Yeah, now we're reaching, let's say, the closing stages of this match, last third. think you're going to see Pots turn it up now. These are the kind of chances he's been waiting for. A dry break from his opponent. Alternate break, he breaks in the next frame. 6 is still okay. He's taken his extension here now. These are the kind of times in a match where Gareth is quite dangerous, because the way he can change a scoreline and get back at you that quickly can do something. It's not how the scoreline changes, it's the way he does it. It's a huge presence at the table, is Gareth Pots. If he can find the momentum, get back into this match, I'd say catch it at 15 all possibly. Hasn't had the greatest fortune with his breaks yet. Short side of the 7 ball. Yeah, it does connect him to the 6 outside the left center pocket on our screen. Key shot here, the 7. It's good. Just in off the outside jaw. So he's not straight on this to the center pocket. He's the cue ball heading down towards the cushion and towards the 9 here. Or to the side and towards the 9. So he's got to try and hold this. He looks like he's trying to hold this. This is a tester. This is tough. Black ball to the top corner, top right corner pocket. It looks good. It's there. That is a huge response. Big, big response. Exactly what he needed. Statement clearance under pressure from Gareth Pots to get his 11th point. And that's another rack and run for him. Will be his break next as well. That was a clutch black ball. Very clutch indeed. Now, he's got to find this break. That could be the spark he needed after that player's interval. Let's go. Ball in the center. There it is. There's no commentator's curse here, don't worry. If you have just joined, this is a race to 19 in the last 32 of this tournament. Single elimination now to get into the last 16. The last 16 will be played today. That session will start at 6 p.m. local time here in China. So it's a tough day at the office for these players. 2 race to 19s. No time limit, so the scoreline does go to 19. And just last night, Gareth played a marathon of a match against Mikil. Went 17-16. Must have been at least 3 hours, closer to 4 hours long. Yeah, excellent stuff from Pots here. Now that 15 ball, he's going to have to come short side for that. Might have to for the 10 as well if the 10 doesn't go past that 3 ball. As you can see, straight on that 10 to the bottom right corner pocket here. Which means no real way to get on the 15 from this. And that's going to mean 15 as his last ball. And to get position on the black ball after that. At first I was thinking anywhere but straight on the 15, but straight means he can run through, play the black ball into the left center pocket. As you can see, just off straight, but enough to get past the 5. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant clearance from Gareth Pots to get his 12th point on the board. He's trailing by 2, and that's excellent break and run from him. Yeah, very big one that. Now 4 break and runs each for these players. 5 rack and runs for Bo Xinjie. 4 rack and runs for Gareth Pots. We have not seen Bo Xinjie with a visit to the table other than his break after that play interval. And this time, Pots on that break. It's the 11 in. It looks like just the 11. At the moment, 2 ahead of Gareth and 5 away from the finish line at 19. Still a lot that can happen here. A good point. How important would that frame be that he gave away when he was late from the player break? I think if he loses by 1 frame, then you can feel that that was a very important frame. But so far from the play interval, that's what I expected from Gareth to turn it up here. He's played for the double drop. He's got it. Definitely played for. Add to that, he played that with the rest and at angle. Now here, cue ball control, very important. Coming from topside to connect down here. Crazy. You gotta feel like he can make a dot on the table and he can put the cue ball on that dot. Now, does he have enough of the 7 to just nudge the 12? That would be perfect if he could just nudge the 12 out of the way, not too far, of course. Doesn't want to disturb the 2, just to open up the 3 ball a bit better. Oh, he's nudged it. And that's the first time one of his shots have not worked out the exact way he wanted it. Now, does he allow Gareth back to the table here? Oh, he can't be going for the reverse cut. He is. It's there. Where's the cue ball? He's been unlucky there. If he caught the ball cushion properly, it would have been 2 cushions and out off those ball cushion, side cushion, coming down to the 2. And Gareth is going to be coming back to this table here. He's got 5 stripes on. It's a bit of a problem up table there near the balk area, in the balk area. That's the 10 and the 15. But also with the 2 being behind the black ball being a perfect snookering ball here. So the only ball of his on this side of the table, get rid of the 12, get the cue ball up. Like, I mean, if he could find the shot, he could go into 10-15 now. Doesn't have to play tactical. Yeah, open that up really nicely. He's coming back. He is definitely coming back as Gareth Pots. Now see that young Liu has lost his match. To see what the score was there. (19-13). Liu Yule out of the tournament. Yeah, he was becoming quite a favorite, the 13-year-old, especially with the 1 ball off the table and the way he can pot from absolutely anywhere. He was quite a favorite in this tournament. We have the few of the other matches also done. Zhao Ruliang has defeated Sina Valizedo 19 frames to 6. Zhang Kumpang also through 19-14. And the player that played Liu was Zheng Zhaohai, I think. Yeah, it was Zheng Zhaohai now. From what I've seen, he holds the record on the TV table for the most consecutive break-in runs. 7. Nice clearance there from Gareth Pots. That brings him within 1 now. That's 3 consecutive frames from Gareth now, from 14-10.
俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
Yeah, 3 consecutive frames now for Gareth Pots from 14-10 to 14-13. He's now within 1 and it's his break. We have been playing for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Something to the center pocket at least. But nothing there. And it's almost like every time he comes within 1, Bourgengier is just able to go 1 or 2 more ahead. It's been like that the entire match at the moment. Both these players with 4 break-in runs and 5 rack-in runs each. So a total of 18 one-visit clearances here. Let's have a look at this again. The 9 ball down to the bottom right. It stays out. And he hasn't been missing balls like that throughout this entire match. Look, no matter how good you are, you sat in that chair and Gareth Pots has just won 3 in a row against you and he's coming back at you. You're going to be feeling something, especially when you were 14-10 ahead. Because at 14-10 you feel like you're cruising a little bit. 5 away from the finish line, your opponent 4 behind. He's at the table once again. He's got the momentum as well, now does Gareth Pots. Now taking the 9 now means it's very tough to hold on the 10 from here. You don't want to be playing 14-10 combination. Yeah, it's worked out really nice. Held on the 14. Looks to be a bit straight on the 10 though. Just enough angle to stun across there. This is absolute poetry from Gareth. Can't remember when's the last time the score was tied in this match. Brilliant. 14th point on the board for Gareth Pots, and he equalizes after 28 frames played. We are 14 all here. Yeah, this is a marathon, not a sprint, and I think it's time. It's time now for Gareth to kick it up. It's exactly what he's done. 4 frames in a row from 14-10 to 14 all. Borgengier to break now. That finish from Gareth, that's off the missed 9 ball in the previous frame. Gareth would sense a little bit of weakness in his opponent. Just makes the 5 ball in, cue ball almost in as well. But he's potted a ball on that break. See, we have some comedians on the Facebook stream. They said the last time the score was tied was when it was 0-0. They might be right, because I can't remember when last it was tied in this match. Gareth's always had to chase here. He's kept it within 1 or 2, the most at 3. Then it just became 4 before that previous break. Very tough to do at this stage in the match to bring it back like that. And at the moment on table 2, Shen Sheni is on the hill. He's 18-13 up against Chu Bingjie, who at the moment is one of the best players at this game in the world. As I was looking at that, we see a miss from Bo Junjie, which means Pots will be coming to the table here with a chance. One of his first opportunities to take the lead. That would be something I would have never expected Chu Bingjie to be eliminated last 32 of the tournament. Would have never expected that. Even Phone Mint at the moment. Phone Mint is down 15-13 against Dennis Okolo. Some huge matchups on at the moment here. Oh, what a shot that is. How well has he hit that 3 ball? For it to still follow like that after the 13 took its time. I think he's still good on the 1. Pocket should still be open for him. What a finish this will be. This would be an absolutely massive out in this match. Look from here, 7-9. A little bounce and he's good. Oh my word. I don't believe it. He was on this. He doesn't believe it either. That was frame. That was frame. It slid slightly, but I don't think that didn't look like a massive kick if there was anything there. Maybe a touch. It wasn't a huge one. You didn't see the ball hop up off the felt here, but yeah, could have been a slight one there. Now you know why the Chinese players get the cue ball cleaned every 2 shots. Because the problem is here, in terms of kicks, because now that would be the second one in the match, and it's a vital time, a vital pot. You can be using, for example, a chalk that reduces kicks. I'm not going to mention names, but you could be using one of those chalks, and it only works if your opponent is using the same. If they aren't using the same chalk, just remember that cue ball is being hit by them as well. That's the problem. How big of an impact is that 7 ball going to be in terms of this match? It's a huge momentum for Pots. He hadn't missed a ball in 4 frames. You could really feel things were shifting in this match, and there was a bit of pressure on Bourgengia here. Still is, no doubt. But that was a massive let up. And that's 15 points on the board for Bourgengia. Should have been Gareth's point, and it will be Gareth Pots to break in the next frame. So he could have gone 15 up and be breaking to go 16. I really hope that doesn't haunt him. This 13 ball does go through the gaps to the center pocket, but cue ball going away from the 12 up table, which means he's going to be leaving the 12 longer than expected. There you can see the angle. So get the pot first. It's inside jaw. Oh my word. There was definitely enough gap there. The inside jaw got him. Pots needs to redeem. Has to. In our field, this is where all his major finals and his major titles, all that experience comes into play now. Everything. And I feel in terms of big match experience, he has more than Bo Junjie. More experience. And Bo Junjie, playing Pots, knows that Pots has won this event 3 times. Not only the most successful international player at this game, having won it 3 times, he's won it more than anyone, even the Chinese players, which makes him the most successful player in this tournament ever. That angle on the 7. This is tough. What makes a huge difference here to be left-handed. It's not there. That was far from easy. Far from easy. Look at the shot he's got to play here. Cut back. Is he going 1, 2, 3? That's 1, 2. He has 3. Look, it's not good. It's not great. It's not easy. How's your bottle, Georgian Gia? This is tough, especially where Pots has that 7 ball. He's got an easy start if he comes back to the table. Too clean. Too clean. Cue ball cleaned before the black ball. It's there. 16 point for Bo Junjie. 16-14 up against Gareth now. That was not an easy last pot on the stripe. Not at all. That's 30 frames played at the moment. The score is 16-14. It's a race to 19 here in the last 32 of this tournament to get into the last 16, which will be played at 6 p.m. That's in just under 4 hours' time. Nothing there. Gareth to the table. Both players with 4 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs each. So they've been playing for about 4 hours and 10 minutes now. Table 3, Niu Zhang 17-12 up in his match. Dennis Okolo still up 16-14 against Fonement. Julian Serradilla was in the lead. He was way in the lead. But Shi Hangqing has caught up with him. It's 15 all on table 19. And we have such close matches here. Just a bit more margin in the scoreline on table 22. Yang Fan 17-11 up against Cale Barrett from Australia, but still 17-11. To be trying to keep up with Yang Fan, previous winner of this tournament as well. Coach of Zhao Ruliang. When you see Zhao Ruliang performing as good as he is, that's his coach, his Shifu. And shocker, Chu Bingjie has been eliminated from the tournament by Shen Shenyi, 19-13. There will be no Chu Bingjie in the rest of the tournament. Shen Shenyi with 16 one-visit clearances, 6 break-in runs, 10 rack-in runs to defeat Chu Bingjie. I think we could be a new favorite to win this tournament. Kelly Fisher, unfortunately, eliminated. Chao Lumen, 19-13, defeated Kelly Fisher. Sina Velizada also eliminated by Zhao Ruliang, 19-6. Another favorite gone, Tang Shun Shao, finalist of this tournament a few years back, lost 19-14 against Zhao Long. Yeah, single elimination. It's rough. Very rough. It's been a while since I've seen this tournament have a single elimination format. It used to be double. But here it's straight knockout from last 64 down. What has he left? The 7 goes. That is tight. It's very close past the 5 to get into that center pocket, and we know how the center pockets can be here. Looks good at that pace. It's there. Yeah, but this is another very, very tough out to make. Where do you go here? 2 to the center, run the cue ball up the right side, 3 to that same center pocket. Then get on the 1 from the 3. Yeah, you got to feel like he thrives in this environment and these situations. What a pot that is to the center pocket. Yeah, the 5-ball available to the bottom right corner pocket. But you got quite a small window of landing on that. Should be. Get the cue ball clean, Pots. It's there. No mistake this time. Holds for the 1. He's good. From the overhead, or the previous angle I saw, you can't, I don't think you can get straight back here. Couldn't. Past the stripes. Now can the bank go? From here it looks so close. It's so hard to tell. If you look at contact with the cushion, and yeah, this is tough. You actually have to straighten this out a bit. This is a massive shot. Massive. Oh, what a shot that is. What a shot that is from Gareth Pots. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He gets his 15th point on the board. That's magic. That is magic. You can see it actually had to go in off the inside jaw slightly there. And that was off the safety that Bo Junjia played, where he potted Potts' ball, left him only on the ball to the center pocket, and what a clearance that was. I got to say, I think that's the best clearance of the match thus far, the toughest one to make. This is what this man can do, and this is when he can do it, when it matters the most. He's now just 1 behind Bo Junjia. 16-15, race to 19. And he makes the ball just. .15 taking its time to roll into that center pocket. Now then, solids in play here. It's there. I did say the English pool players, they read the pattern so well when it comes to 8-ball. This is when you need that. He's made the opening pot, he secured solids. But now to take them in easiest way possible. There's quite a high chance he's going to be playing that black ball from where it is. Don't think he'll risk going into it, would he? Looking at the way this match is going, I think we might see Hill, yeah. Nothing really in it, but the last session of play, or the last 8 frames, have gone the way of Gareth. We will be having another player break after this, 32 frames played. And he was 14-10 down. So if he equalizes here, it means he's won that mini session of 8 frames, 6-2. And to do that this time in the match. Oh, he's gone into it. What a shot he's played there. This black ball for break and run for Gareth Pots, and to bring us 16 all. It's there. 16 all after 32 frames played. That brings us to another player break. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes, including Bourgeois.
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。一点是聚焦、沉淀。 一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面。 以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读蜘蛛，匠心之作。
我是代言人赵卫国。 星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感。 持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第43局，郭俊杰开球。
And after 32 frames played, the score is 16-all here in this race to 19. This is the last 32. We are on day 14 here, the final stage of this tournament at the 14th Joy Cup and Liebowin Grand Masters finals here. What a match this has been. The comeback from Gareth Pots, the way he went through that previous finish. And Bourgengier with the break just makes a ball there into the center pocket. unbelievable match from these two. Look, the finishes that we saw from Bo Junjie in the beginning of the match. Crazy. But these last 8 frames where it's really counted, it's where it's made the difference on that scoreline. Gareth definitely has the momentum here. He's been dominating that previous session. That 14 does not go, surely. Attached here to the pink ball. $12 looks like it does go past the 5. But also very close coming past there. Very tough table for him here. Needs to be careful where he leaves his cue ball after freeing the 14. Yeah, it's interesting. The 14 is free and there is a pot available on the 5 here to the center. It's not going to take that now, surely not. Problem with taking something like that on. There's a cue ball's running into the stripe as well, so you're freeing the stripe ball, you miss that ball, that's frame over. This looks like he's going for it to the center pocket. He is. And it's there. What a shot that is. He's managed to control the cue ball as well. Look at this again. Yeah, just make sure he gets it into the cushion before the stripe and then out. I have to say, that's a slightly tougher way to play that, with a bit of bottom right the way he did. And at the moment, Gareth looking in great form here. He's looking like a player that you can't allow to the table, no matter how safe you think you are. It won't be the first time that Bo Junjie played, or tried to play a safety and left Gareth with something. Half a chance. Needs a few more rolls on this, it's good. Yeah, the shot selection there. Brilliant. To come down here, finish off down table. Because these two are always going to be awkward to get on. Trust me, this camera angle does not do justice to that shot. You got to feel that if he takes the lead here, he's gone. Also has such delicate cue ball control. Many players would have went once across there and tried to force that. Slow down. Perfect. And this is his first visit to the table. And first frame after the player break, and it's on the board. He takes the lead for the first time in the match. Gareth Pots, 17-16 up. What a time to take the lead. Crazy. At the moment, Gareth Pots with 11 one-visit clearances, 5 break-in runs, 6 rack-in runs. Borjun Shear with 5 rack-in runs and 4 break-in runs. Yeah, it's the way he times the ball. I mentioned it as well at the beginning of the match. It's masterclass in queuing. Now needs the break to work. This is a race to 19 at the moment. Gareth 17-16 up, the 10's in. And he's got options as well here. He's nearly lost the cue ball there. Yeah, Gareth has definitely found something over the last, I'd say, 8 to 10 frames. It's been ridiculous the standard at which he's played this game. This needs to slow up. This needs to slow down. Look at that. He's actually on the 3-ball. Look, if you're slightly shorter, you'd have 2 onto 3 as well. And if he came a bit further, he'd have the 3. Also, if he was lower than the 11. Yeah, the 6 does pass down here as well, but the 2 doesn't. And the clearances that he's been able to make in those last few frames. Highlight reel-worthy clearances. And there's always been some issues on the table that he's had to sort out. Looks like he is on the 2 to the center pocket. He could play this off the 9 even. He's got a big pocket there. Doesn't need to, but can. Yeah, doesn't need to at all. 5 is available past the 9. It's amazing the way this game works, and especially these long races where a player's been behind the entire match, and right at the end, final stages, they take the lead. It's crazy. I think Phone Mint is trying to do the same thing on table 5, but it might be too late. Dennis Okolo is still up 17-15 against Phone. So at the moment we have no Chu Bingjie going through. And imagine we lose phone as well. Those are big favorites of making the last 4 here at least. And if this man at the table here wins here, he also becomes a favorite once again. Always is. His name is always in the mix. Can see he just loves the fight, doesn't he? To be in a match like this, fighting. If he does win this, he needs some rest quickly because the next match is going to be at 6 p.m. local time. That's in just over 3 hours' time. Also coming from that match last night, the 17-16 match against Mick Hill. Been some tough matches for Pots. Center pocket here. Off the 9 this time. It's there. What an out that is. 18 points on the board. Gareth Pots is on the hill here against Bourgenjia. Now you see why he's regarded as one of the best international players in the world at this game. Not only his ability on the table, but mentally, the grit that he has. Ball in on that break from Bourgenjia. 2 in, actually. Now, Gareth has bought himself some time here. He's on the hill. He's 2 away from his opponent. In the worst case scenario, he's still coming back to the table to break. Tell you, there's not many players that can do what he's done. To not be affected by how Bourgenjia was playing in those first few frames, because he wasn't missing a ball. He's potting everything, crazy finishes. There were some finishes and shots where even Pots was shaking his head there. Add to that the 2 kicks that he got. And to keep fighting and keep coming. Oh, what a pot that was. That's the kind of pot you miss when you're under pressure. Especially played at that pace to still move the cue ball, although there was not much angle there. Look, and even Beaugengier is taking a few more seconds at the table to make sure of what he's doing here. Even though only 4 stripes left, shot selection so important here. He's thinking of playing the combination 11 onto 15. Look, you have to control that second ball as well here. It has to come on and off the cushion. He's quite lucky there. He's fortunate. Thought he was going to play it the other way. It still goes. That could have gone wrong. And actually, looking at where he is on the 10 ball, it looks like it has gone wrong. Doesn't have the 10. It has. I thought he was going to go inside jaw off the cushion. He's taken his extension. So he's going to be going for the center pocket. He's got to miss the 2 ball. He pots the 11. He should have position on the 10. Oh, my word. Look, you play that ball on a practice table, you'll get it, right? But to play it now, like that, with your opponent on the hill, you're 1 frame away from being eliminated. There he is again. Ball in hand, positional shot. This for his 17th point. It's there, 17th point on the board for Beaugengier with a break and run. It will be Gareth Pots to break in the next frame. Now on the hill, 18-17 up in this race to 19. Gareth Pots to break here for a place in the last 16 of this tournament. Thirteen's there. Cue ball's okay as well. The 1's in. Now, under massive amounts of pressure yesterday, when he was playing against Mick Hill, deciding frame, Mick breaks dry and Gareth makes a rack and run to claim that victory. Needs one of those clearances now. He doesn't have the easiest opening pot here. If he is going stripes, it looks like he's looking at the 11 ball. The 15 is also available down to the bottom left here. But the 11 takes him across. Oh, 11 off the 12. It's worked out well. But that 9 ball... That 9 ball is not easy. Here we see that again. Yeah, he played that nicely. Still, very tough shot to play at this stage. Now, this camera angle can be quite deceiving from here. It doesn't look like the 15 goes past the 6. And I don't think it does. So he's going to be taking the 9 on now. Now, 2 ways to play this. You could slight stun run, play for the 11 across, or roll through for the 10. The roll through has an element of safety. Shot. Shot. What a pot on the 9 this was. He could not have played that any better. And to roll through, unbelievable. Oh, that's a touch short on the 15. One more. Often on the side cushion here. It's there. As you can see, there's a slight angle on this 11 ball. Just run into the black ball here, just push it. No, Gareth. No. Did all the hard work in that frame. Felt like he knew it the moment he hit that. He potted the 9. The 9 was tough. That was such a tough ball to pot. Then after that, the 15 to the top right, off and on the side cushion. He needs to find something here. Find it. I heard clapping in the distance. That means Dennis Okolo has defeated Phone Mint on table 5. Phone is out of the tournament. So we've got Bingji and Phone eliminated already. Two cushions. It's good. And almost potting it. That would have been shot of the tournament had that gone in. And been on the black ball. Look at this. Yeah, that was legal. Legal by far. I think, yeah, don't think they were even reviewing that. He's taken his extension here. What a shot that was from Gareth. How do you feel sat in a chair, being Bo Junjie, and your opponent pulls off a shot like that? And look at the position he would have had on the black ball. Now, if he pots that ball, which he's looking at, 3 onto 11, if he does, he's going to have to get the cue ball safe. And very safe if he wants to try that shot. You can't jump that. He'll be thinking about swerving this. Oh, that is tough. That is tough. The swerve has to catch at the right time. Miss the black ball, miss the 3. No. We are right behind this, we'll know. It's there. Oh my word. What in the world? No. He's threaded the cue ball through that gap. No. No. Get in. Get in. Gareth Pots. What a win that is for Gareth Pots. Unbelievable. 19-17. He's been behind the whole match and he's come back right at the end. I can't believe that. Gareth Pots. If you've never watched him play before, you didn't know who he was. You definitely do now. What a win. 19-17 over Bo Junjie. He's got 6 break-and runs, 6 rack-and runs. Bo Junjie, 5 rack-and runs and 5 break-and runs. Incredible standard from these two players. Gareth Pots books his spot into the last 16. That last 16 will be played in 3 hours' time. So hope you guys are all back on the stream in 3 hours. Thank you guys for being tuned in on our live platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and WPALive.tv. I'll be back in 3 hours. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you shortly.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。 乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等无例外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版， 白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。 欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音塑造，好胶边音塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒免压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计， 生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发，让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。 冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑伟国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。 金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me. No question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝， 因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计，
生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发，让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽掌天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。 金板、白金板，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝， 因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计， 生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦抬弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝， 因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音塑造，好胶边音塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，这我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计， 生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发，让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
金板、白金板，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝， 因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边应塑造，好胶边应塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计， 生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发，让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。
钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。 因素整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用因素胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边因素皂，好胶边因素皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，
有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。 百文全球销量第一。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。 林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名丁俊晖， 奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百闻全球销量第一。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质、经得起推敲，胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? That's for no question.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来， 林肯球杆。
河北省天益集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性的尽显非凡魅力的击球，都能感受到力量与和谐共鸣。每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦，沉淀，一线专注，一线寸尖雕细，成木质之美，雕琢洞天。遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖， 奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
野豹台球杆、奥秘台球杆、毒蜘蛛球杆、天耀球杆、福瑞威力球杆、塔里克球杆、李斯球杆、奥斯本兹球杆、超级蓝钻皮头、PP 巧克粉、库洛克巧克粉、幸运1号巧克粉、胜利者沙发、星星暴走蜂蜜水、卓越台球商城、正红胶边、罂粟胶边、老鹰胶边，以及官方赛事系统服务商北京乔氏引力科技有限公司对本赛事的大力支持。要特别鸣谢
主办单位河北省体育局、秦皇岛市人民政府，感谢承办单位河北省体育局小球运动中心、秦皇岛市体育局、海港区人民政府、秦皇岛桥式台球运动推广有限公司，感谢协办单位河北省台球协会、秦皇岛旅游控股集团有限公司、河北对外经贸职业学院、江苏盐城桥式体育器材销售有限公司、北京桥式以利科技有限公司、秦皇岛桥式体育器材制造有限公司。感谢新华社、中央广播电视总台、人民网、新浪体育、腾讯新闻等20余家综合媒体平台。感谢抖音、快手、优酷、咪咕视频等视频平台、微博、微信等综合媒介及生活平台。再是详细信息，推荐查阅微信订阅号“台球圈有料”以及微信小程序“中式八球国际大师赛”。
Here, we would like to thank all sponsors for their great support.
中式八球国际大师赛，让我们共同期待。
稍后将进行抽签仪式。
欢迎大家来到利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式8球大师赛总决赛的比赛现场。接下来即将进行的是第2阶段单败第3轮的抽签仪式。抽签顺序按照场次号的先后顺序进行。下面我念到名字的选手，请进场抽签。张坤鹏，56号。朝鲁门，49号。加雷斯波茨，51号。杨帆，55号。戴勇，54号。丹尼斯·奥克洛，54号。胡一红，50号。朱龙，52号。耿明奇，53号。石汉清石汉清赵汝亮50号。郑肖怀55号。52号。吴振宇53号。石汉清51号。抽签仪式结束，稍后公布运动员比赛场地。
感谢裁判团队主持抽签仪式，稍后将会公布运动员比赛场地，请运动员做好准备。
下面公布一下运动员比赛场地：2号台丹尼斯·奥克洛、戴勇；5号台赵汝亮、胡一红；10号台曹宇鹏、张坤鹏；8号台加雷斯·波茨、石汉清；13号台耿明奇、吴镇宇；15号台朱龙、沈申义；19号台朝鲁门、张太义。TV 台郑肖怀、杨帆；2号台丹尼斯·奥克洛、戴勇；5号台赵汝亮、胡一红；8号台加雷斯·波茨、石汉清；10号台曹宇鹏、张坤鹏；13号台耿明奇、吴镇宇；15号台朱龙、沈申义；19号台朝鲁门、张太义；TV 台郑肖怀、杨帆。请运动员马上进入比赛场地检录。现在进场的运动员每人有5分钟练球时间，晚到的运动员没有练球时间。
请各位运动员尽快进入到各自比赛区域。All the athletes, please be ready.
这是曾经的黑豹，流于街头，备受歧视。这是后来的黑豹，逆势而上，勇攀高峰。这是现在的黑豹，冠军500万，台球赛事奖金之最。在96个国家拥有上亿爱好者，老少皆宜，全球风靡。和而不同，球通世界。黑豹传递着友谊与和谐，让不同文化的人们在台球桌前找到了共鸣。接下来，我们将联合 ANOC、WCBS、WPA。在全球举办9大世界性赛事，推动黑豹进入2032年布里斯班奥运会，结束奥运会没有台球比赛项目的历史。触摸黑豹，爱上黑豹，在碰撞中拥抱欢乐，用热爱和执着创造台球运动无限未来。黑豹开创台球新纪元。
我一直在问自己，什么是国？它是一群人在一起的一个理由。20年，为什么坚持？有的决定像种子，一早就埋进心里。我73岁了，如果面对37岁时的自己，我会对他说：“你先成就他，他就会造就你。”如今转身才发现，年少时的诺言从来没有忘却，只是在等待实现。理想是不妥协的坚强，热爱就是共同的信仰。这不是跟任何人的较量，这是7天384个日夜的梦想。不畏前路，更进一步，你准备好了吗？
现场呢，各位观众，稍后我们将会在 TV 台的观众看台座位区域进行我们的有奖互动。我们也诚邀各位尽快入座，有非常多精美的礼物在等待大家，请各位尽快入座，移步到我们的 TV 台座位区域。我们有非常丰厚的礼品和礼物在等待大家，也请工作人员引导一下我们的各位观众尽快入座，谢谢。
百文台迷，高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，100文全球销量第1。100文台迷， 高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
好的，现场的各位观众，欢迎来到利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中18球大师赛总决赛正赛第2阶段单败淘汰49到第56场的比赛现场之前的我们的有奖互动啊。那么朋友们，如果你们想要奖品、想要礼物的话，来双手挥一挥，让我们的摄像机可以注意到你们。好的，让我们准备好第一组的幸运观众。首先，我们要送出由我们威力所提供的礼物啊！准备3、2、1。Hello， 这位正在看手机的小姐姐，恭喜是我们第1位的幸运观众，您将获得由福瑞威力所提供的礼物。福瑞威力，释放你的威力。好，接下来寻找我们的第2组的幸运观众，3、2、1，镜头给到这2位啊。Hello， 2位，你们好，欢迎来到我们的比赛现场，恭喜你们非常幸运，也请工作人员送上由威力所提供的精美礼物，来给点时间记录下我们的幸福瞬间。好，准备寻找我们的下一组幸运观众，3、2、1，镜头给到这边啊 ！Hello， 我们这2位朋友，欢迎来到我们的乔氏比赛现场，同样要送出2份由威力所提供的礼物，福瑞威力，释放你的威力。好，那接下来我们要送出不一样的礼品，来自塔里克的礼物，准备好我们的第1组，3、2、1。好，这2位朋友啊，恭喜你们获得由塔里克所提供的礼物，极致打感发烧之选就选塔里克。好，我们也请工作人员稍后把礼物给到这2位朋友。接下来我们镜头准备，3、2、1，给到了这2位朋友啊，非常的幸运，也请您拿起手机记录下我们幸福和幸运的时刻，获得由塔里克所提供的礼物。好，我们准备寻找下一组，3、2、1，镜头给到这2位朋友 ，Hello， 你们好，欢迎来到我们乔氏比赛的现场，来给点时间记录下来，也请我们的工作人员把礼物给到这2位，同样来自我们的塔里克所提供的礼物。好，我们继续寻找下一组，3、2、1。镜头给到这边这2位先生，欢迎来到我们的比赛现场，非常幸运啊！来，也给点时间，可以拿起手机记录下我们的幸运的时刻。好，稍后也请工作人员辛苦把我们的礼物给到2位。好，寻找我们的下一组喽，3、2、1，镜头给到这2位朋友。Hello， 你们好，欢迎来到我们的比赛现场，也请工作人员把我们的礼物给到2位，同样来自我们塔里克球杆所提供的礼物，极致打感发烧之选，特别棒。好，再来寻找一组，3、2、1，这2位朋友啊 ，Hello， 这2位朋友你们好，有没有看到自己？挥挥手。特别棒啊！同样也把我们的2份礼物给到这2位朋友啊，特别的棒。那接下来我们的难度升级，礼物也要升级了。接下来要送出由 TP 巧克粉所提供的礼物了啊！我们要慢慢寻找一下，看看哪边的观众最热情，可以挥挥手。来，准备好，镜头3、2、1，请切换。这位戴眼镜的朋友啊，有奖问答，看一看你要面对的问题是。中18球比赛中一共包含多少个球 ？A 14个 ，B 16个。选 A 举1的手势，选 B 举2的手势。来，给一点时间，选 B， 看一看是否回答正确呢？恭喜您回答正确，获得由 TP 所提供的礼物——专业级巧克粉，极致释放皮头性能伴手礼，不限量。好，我们来寻找我们下一位的有奖问答的观众啊！3、2、1，镜头给到了。这边啊，这位先生您好，看一看您要面对的问题是什么呢？以确定目标球的颜色，在后续击打目标球时，目球先撞到了非目标球，这属于 A 正常情况 ，B 犯规。选 A 举1的手势，选 B 举2的手势。思考一下啊，已经确定了目标球的颜色，在后续击打的过程当中， 撞到了不一样的花色。哎，选 B， 看一看您的回答是否正确。恭喜回答正确，也获得了由 TP 所提供的礼物，谢谢。
10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
Joy Billiards uniting the world. Laboring Class and Joy Cup. 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals will begin now.
这里是利百文台尼乔氏杯第14届中式8球大师赛总决赛正赛第2阶段单败淘汰49到第56场的比赛现场。
Welcome to the athletes and referees.
现在欢迎裁判员、运动员。2号台。
Table 2，
由来自菲律宾的丹尼斯·奥克洛
Dennis Arklo from Philippines
对阵来自中国的戴勇
versus 戴勇 from China。
裁判员
Referee
玉林张梦蝶。 5号台
Table 5，
将由来自中国的赵汝亮
赵汝亮 from China
对阵来自中国的胡一红
versus 胡一红 from China。
裁判员
Referee
冯雅琪、何秀红。 8号台
Table 8，
将由来自英国的加雷斯波茨
Gareth Pots from Britain
对阵来自中国的石汉清
versus 石汉清 from China。
裁判员
Referee
杜环玉、高若飞。 10号台
Table 10，
将由来自中国的曹宇鹏
曹宇鹏 from China
对阵来自中国的张坤鹏
versus 张坤鹏 from China。
裁判员
Referee
李亚帆、宋明丽。 13号台
Table 13，
将由来自中国的耿明奇
耿明奇 from China
对阵来自中国的吴振宇
versus 吴振宇 from China。
裁判员
Referee
张毅、佘真真。 15号台
Table 15，
将由来自中国的朱龙
朱龙 from China
对阵来自中国的沈申毅
versus 沈申毅 from China。
裁判员
Referee
耿思林、王婷婷。 19号台
Table 19，
将由来自中国的朝鲁门
朝鲁门 from China
对阵来自中国的张太义
张太义 from China。
裁判员
Referee
王鹏轩、杜立希。接下来有请 TV 台。
Let's welcome Table TV。
本场比赛将由江左麒麟来自中国的郑肖怀
郑肖怀 from China
对阵扬帆起航来自中国的杨帆。
versus Yang Fan from China.
裁判员
Referee
傅依然，助理裁判
Assistant Referee.
徐景言、蒋宇格。
Brilliant competitions are about to be presented. Let's wait and see.
有请各位一步比赛神器乔氏金腿球桌。正在现场以及线上的各位观众，这里是正在中国秦皇岛奥体中心体育馆为您直播的利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式八球大师赛总决赛正赛第2阶段单败淘汰，49到第56场的比赛，精彩比赛即将开赛。
请双方选手争夺开球选择权。听我口令，预备。3、2、1，开始。
And welcome back, everyone. Day 14 here, the second session now. Just 16 players remain after this session. Only 8 will be left. Welcome to the 14th Libo Win and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals. We are live from Qinghuandao in the Hebei province in China. And on the TV table, we've got Zheng Zhaohai from China, and he goes up against Yang Fan from China as well. This is a race to 19. It's going to be alternate break for a spot in the last 8. Now you'd have recognized the name Zheng Zhaohai. He was playing against Liu Yule earlier this morning, won that 19-13 against the 13-year-old prodigy from China. Gets a ball off the table as well, so that was a tough match against Zheng Zhaohai. Zheng Zhaohai also the player that had 7 consecutive break-in runs in the previous Masters event. That's when we had the winner's break format, so this is going to be a tough match. Both these players excellent. Yang Fan, on the other hand, 2 times winner of this event as well, regarded as one of the best players of this game as well in the last 10 years. So right up there with the likes of Jing Yubo, Chu Bingjie. But it's Zheng Zhaohai to start us off here in the first frame with the break. He's won the leg, which means if it does go to a deciding frame, he will be breaking in that. Nothing in on that break. Now, he's talking about his consecutive break-in runs that he had in the previous station event. That was using the triangle rack as well. So the exact same conditions. He was able to get 7 consecutive break-in runs against his opponent. Now Yang Fan's route to the stage in the tournament thus far in this draw of 64, yet to go through Enekbol Temujin, one of Mongolia's best players. Won that 17-8, and then this morning against Australia's Cale Barrett, won that 19-13. He is the master of Zhao Ruliang as well. That's his student. And I think it'll be really interesting if we had those two playing each other at some point here. But that dry break from Zheng Zhaohai gives us our first look at Yang Fan here. But he's been performing really well in this tournament. It's been a while since we've seen him in the latter stages of these tournaments. But make no mistake, to have won this event twice in the past, he's an exceptional player as well, is Yang Fan. And as it stands in this last 16, just 2 international players left. That's Dennis Okolo. I think he's playing on table 1 at the moment, or table 2. He's playing on table 2. He's up against Dai Yong from China. And we've got Gareth Pots still left after that brilliant victory on the TV table this morning. He's on table 8 against Shi Hangqing. Not able to convert that opportunity at the table, landed awkwardly on the 7 ball. So table back over to Jing Zhaohai. It was his break, dry break there, gave Yang Fan the chance. If you want to have a look at the 7 other matches on, and even the TV table as well, they are on WPAlive.tv. You can head over there, and all the matches currently playing are live. Using the multi-view feature, you can have the TV table open with those other matches as well, up to 9. So at the moment, only 8 matches on. You can have all 8 on your screen at once. That's WPAlive.tv. He's looking at the swerve. He's picked up his jump cue there. And he's looking at the potting angle that looks like an Omen or Q Lee's jumper. He's looking at the potting angle on the 7. He wants to pot this. Just a little bit too much pace coming into that one. So this will be ball in hand for Jing Zhaohai. He's going to straight away take off the 11. Now, he's been one of my favorite players for quite a few of these Masters events. He's 3 times a runner-up in the Joy Station events. The last one in Nanning province, he was 3rd there, lost to the eventual winner Kong Dejing. Very consistent, and you'll see how calm and controlled he is at the table. You'd notice also wearing the gold waistcoat. Sponsored by Perry Cues. It's the equipment he uses. That previous shot just managed to get the cue ball past the 8 there to actually be on that ball to the center pocket. But I see no problems here for Jing Zhaohai to take the first point and hold his break. "24 years of age, and his opponent Yang Fan, 37 at the moment. Need the extension on the cue for this. These are 9-foot tables, so if the cue ball is past the halfway point on the table, it's quite a stretch. It's quite a reach. Very nicely done, capitalizing on that mistake from Yang Fan. Holds his break, and first point on the board for Zheng Zhaohai. He's 1-0 up against Yang Fan here. This is a race to 19 to get into the last 8. Now that last 8 starts tomorrow at 11 AM local time here in China, and that will be a race to 33. Yes, you heard correctly, not best out of 33, race to 33. So the way that's working is we are splitting that up into 2 sessions. So we have the first session from 11 AM to 2 PM. And then the next session from 6 PM to 9:30 PM. Don't see anything on that break. Dry break. Not that much power there. He's played a bit more of a control break. Yeah, going to be very interesting to see what happens in the race to 33. I've never seen that before here. I know the races used to be very long before, but it used to also be timed. So there was a time limit for the matches, so it wouldn't go all the way to, for example, 33 points. And seeing how it works with time tomorrow, we'll be able to judge what the final is going to be like. The final on the 31st of March is going to be a race to 39. Winner of that taking home $724,000 US. Second place, just over 200,000. So there's a very big gap between first and second here. An excellent point made on the YouTube comment section. How these players respect each and every shot at the table. You'll notice that it's the exact same pre-shot routine. The way they check the angle, the way they chalk the cue, line up, walk in. The same amount of feathers every time. Something else you see the Chinese players do as well, they'll line up the cue. They look for a certain point of the cue that they want. So they'll look at the cue before they get down on the shot, line the cue up first, and then get down on the shot. There. And at the moment, as he always does, making this look absolutely effortless is Zheng Zhaohai. You know, when you see that gold waistcoat, you know the player can play immediately. That gold waistcoat is earned here in China. And this off Yang Fan's dry break. Brilliant. Cheng Xiaohai with the second point on the board and our first one visit clearance. That's a rack and run of Yang Fan's try break. Referee for the match is Mia Fu. She is one of the main referees at the tournament. That's a second in charge to the head referee and also one of the head referees when we have the international WPA Joy Heyball events. The Continentals as well as the World Championship, World Cup and such. That's a massive break, but the cue ball in. The amount of power in that. Look at the split. He's got most of the balls on the top half of the table there. Now, there used to be a rule before that you had to get 4 balls past the balk line or 4-point break. There used to be quite a few players who used to struggle with that. It wasn't easy, especially when you start playing this game, to get a good break. Yeah, nicely done to release the 11 after making contact with the 1 ball there. 12 ball would still be a problem here on the right side for Yang Fan. Now, if he had a slight angle from the 13, he could have actually gone into that 12 ball on the right side from here. Doesn't look like he has much of an angle, so you might have to pot that where it lies. Oh, there is a bit. Not enough to get in there, though. It's not there. That was a frame-winning shot if that went in, because he was on the 11 next after that. But also this very early stages for these players in a race to 19. Look, I can't imagine how the players are gonna pace themselves in the longer races that's gonna be coming tomorrow. The race to 33s and things. Now it's split into 2 sessions, but still, that's going to take a toll on you. On table 2, the score is 1-1 between Dennis Okolo and Dai Yong. Table 5, Zhao Ruliang is down at the moment 2-0 in his match. On table 8, we have Gareth Pots 2-1 up against Shi Hangqing. Table 10, Zhang Kumpeng is 2-1 up against Zhao Yupeng. Table 15, Shen Shenyi, the player that defeated Chu Bingjie, is 2-1 up against Zhao Long. And table 19, Zhang Tai 3-0 up against Zhao Lumen. Now, speaking of players that have been eliminated, the big favorites, Chu Bingjie out of the tournament in the last round. Niu Zhang, the previous winner of this tournament, out in the last round as well. He lost to Hu Yihong. Another surprise, Phone Mint eliminated by Dennis Okolo, 19-15. So that's 3 huge names out of the tournament, and there's another one as well, Tang Shunchao, also lost to Zhao Long, 19-14. If you'd have asked somebody who do they think will be in the last 8, possibly last 4, some of those names I just mentioned would have been in there. At the moment, Gareth Pots and Dennis Okolo, the last 2 international players standing in this tournament. Look, and Gareth knows the drill. He's been through this before many times. Won this entire tournament 3 times. So he knows exactly how this works. He knows exactly what he's up against and what he's going to be going through in this round and the next few rounds. And the player at the table now is the player that defeated Liu Yule, the 13-year-old from China we had on the TV table, who defeated Zhang Kumpeng. He's left us awkward, unfortunately, on the black ball here. This is 4-3-0. And it's there. No problem at all for Zheng Zhaohai. He takes a 3rd point. 3-0 up now against Yang Fan in this race to 19.
Wasted you loving
第4局杨帆开球。
Now 3-0 down, Yang Fan to break in this 4th frame. 1 in the center. He's got a massive break as well. The table is very open after his break, and the control on the cue ball too. The cue ball stays in the middle line of the table there. Was a touch aside on that as well. Now that missed 12 ball down the right side cost him the previous frame. Tactical play from Yang Fan. Not to leave Jung Zhaohai with anything easy here in this 4th frame. Look, when does it start to get concerning? The opponent's 3-0 up at the moment, but it is a race to 19. And that 6 ball was available, so Yang Fan on solids here. And this is a definite chance for him to take his first point in this match. It was a brilliant match we had on the TV table this morning as well. Gareth Pots against Bo Junjie. Really enjoyed that one. Gareth being behind for most of that match, just coming back. They equalized at 17-all for the first time in the match and was able to get that on the board without it going to a deciding frame. If you have a look on the Facebook page, the WHC Facebook page, you'll see the last 20 seconds of the last frame. The swerve around the black ball in between the 3. Now missed the 12, similar to this in the previous frame. Again, a little bit short on the cushion there, caught the inside. Just has to fine-tune that slightly, because giving away chances like that to Jung Zhaohai. Look, this is not an easy chance, of course, but this is a player who can finish from anywhere, and he's deserving of a major win. To be a runner-up in at least 3 of these Masters Station events. When he's on, he's one of the most impressive players I've ever had the privilege of watching. He's got all the shots, and the way he can make this game look so easy. At just 24 years of age. Now, most of you on the stream watched Liu Yule on the TV table, and you watched some of his matches, so you'd know how good he is and how well Zheng Zhouhai would have had to play this morning to beat him. And it's not easy playing against a player who's 13 years old. And especially the way he plays, he just goes around potting everything on the table. Table names on WPA Live are being updated at the moment. Just bear with us. Tables were only announced about 20 minutes or 10 minutes before the session, as it is a redraw before each round. Great shot there. Great shot. He's going to have to deal with a bit of a long black ball here. What a shot that is to the center pocket. Not only the pot, but the cue ball control afterwards. And it's there, no problem at all for Zheng Zhouhai. 4th point on the board for him. He's 4-0 up over Yang Fan in this race to 19. Score is 4-0 here after 4 frames played, and in the 5th frame, Zheng Zhouhai to break. He's nearly got the cue ball in, but nothing. At the moment, Yang Fan has just missed 2 balls, 1 positional error, and that's already puts him 4-0 down in this race to 19. Now, if it was a race to 7, you'd be very concerned. A race to 13, a little bit. But a race to 19, So knowing how quick they can change a scoreline here. That is a tough roll. Okay, one thing I do know is he can't afford to let Zheng Xiaohai keep coming back to the table. Not only does he have the momentum, he also looks like he's really on it right from the start of this match. Yeah, he's been really unfortunate here. I'd like to see the angle he had on that ball. Feel he was trying to cheat the pocket just slightly. Also, I did not expect the cue ball to go in at that pace, especially when hitting the jaws. Usually if it's an object ball and it hits the jaws like that, it's not going in. And Yang Fan misses the 12 with ball in hand to the center pocket. What is going on here? There's something that's bothering him at the moment out there. He's not settled. And he's playing against an opponent who is. Yeah, it does look like Dennis Okolo is the dark horse in this tournament. Still in, still going strong. He's on table 2, he's up against Dai Yong, and he's 3-2 up at the moment as well. And I was hoping, because it is a redraw before each round, I was hoping Dennis didn't play Pots, as those are our last 2 international players here. On table 8, Gareth Pots is 4-3 down at the moment to Shi Hangqing. But from what we've seen this morning, no matter for Gareth Pots. Zheng Xiaohai is an absolute legend, really is, when it comes to American pool. If you look at his wins, it's ridiculous. Starting at 2014, then you go 2015, CBSA International 9-Ball Open Hong Kong Division Tournament Champion, 2016 National American Pool Champion, WPA World American Pool Championship Under 17 champion. You just see champion, champion, champion. (2023) World American Pool Masters champion. 2023 CBSA Chinese Billiards International Professional League Yushan Open champion. We see that again. Where did he catch this? Caught the inside jaw coming past the 12. This has been, it's been a strange frame here. Just one or two small errors from both players so far in frame 5 here. But Yang Fan needs to win a frame. Has to get on the scoreboard, has to get back into the match. And I agree with that. It was a pity that that Dennis Okolo had to play phone mint. Two players of that caliber, I mean, both with such a great chance to get into the last 4 here and at least even go further. For them to play each other, it meant one of them is going home. Now, those are two players that play each other all the time. When Dennis is in China, they are always playing each other. And they aren't playing friendlies, if you catch my drift. So a big win for Dennis Okolo there against Fonement. The thing is, we didn't have the pleasure of having Phone or Yang Xiaojie on the TV table. That's a good shot. So both players with 2 object balls left on the table. Who would you say has the upper hand in this frame? At the moment, I'd have to say Zheng Xiaohai. Is that going to change? Yang Fan purposely always leaving that cue ball up table here. Not giving him an opportunity to play the 3 and break up the black ball 14. I feel Yang Fan pots the 5 here with the 10. So definitely leave this in a position where Jing Zhaohai can't break up the black ball, but what are we thinking of this angle here? Yeah, there's the pre-shot routine. Is he going for this? No. Oh, and he's potted the cue ball here. That was actually a very clever shot. He was trying to pot the stripe off of Yang Fan's, and that would mean that Yang Fan would have to play the stripe next to the black ball. A few shots ago, it looked like Zheng Zhouhai had the upper hand in this frame. But that's changed. He's going to be in the same situation here now. Except this time, Yang Fan should try and make it a little bit tighter, which it's not. So that means that this is now potable. What about this? Off the ball cushion, pot the 3, and then go off the ball cushion, pot the black ball. No, this is not potting. It might just touch. Touches, legal shot. There's not enough space there though. Interesting. Very interesting shot that. Referee checking if it's a frozen ball. It's not. I think it's just a hair off the cushion there. She hasn't called frozen ball. So now he's got to make contact with this. It looks good. This looks good. Shot. Off the right cushion and back for the 14. The cue ball. It looks like that tactical battle in frame 5 goes the way of Zheng Zhaohai. That means it's 5th point loading and 5-0 loading here. Look, it's rare to see nil scores like that. And we can say it still is very early, but when do we stop saying that? It's 5-0 is 5-0. And it's on the board. It's 5-0 up against Yang Fan here. At the moment, after 5 frames, we've just got one visit clearance. That's the rack and run from Zheng Zhaohai. In table 2, Dennis Okolo 4-3 up against Dai Yong. Table 5, Zhao Ruliang is 4-3 down against Hu Hong. Table 8, Gareth Pots 6-3 down against Shi Hangqing. Shi Hangqing with 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs out of 6 frames. That's the level. Gareth Potts 2 rack and runs out of his 3 points. Table 10, Zhang Kumpang 5-3 up against Zhao Yupeng. The 4 ball is not there, but the 7 is in. And the man who beat Chu Bingjie, so table 15, Shen Xianyi, is 7-2 up against Zhao Long with 3 break and runs and 4 rack and runs. That is the man to beat in this tournament now, Shen Xianyi. It's also a player who's been knocking on the door. Table 19, Zhang Tai is 6-2 up against Zhao Lumen. So didn't fancy anything on that occasion. Did Yang Fan table back over to Zheng Zhaohai. At the moment, he is 5-0 up in this race to 19. So I've been asked who is my favorite to win this tournament. I don't know, it's too tough. If I had to go with, of course, I have to pick 3. I put Gareth Pots in there. I'd have to say now Shen Xianyi as well with his performances. And if I had to choose a third, very tough to do, but Zhang Tai. Having got to the final of this tournament last year, he knows how that road goes, and he's gained a lot more experience since then. Look, I hope that Dennis Okolo makes it through because I'd love to have him on the TV table. Watched him play quite a bit, but I haven't had him on the TV table that much. So I'd love to have Dennis Okolo on the TV table. Yeah, good shot. He's still on the 1 ball here. Now 16 players left at the moment. After this round of matches, there'll only be 8 left. And I think once we get to 8, they all become favorites, to be honest, especially since it's single elimination, straight knockout. It looks like he's just on the 5 ball. He's looked at it a few times. Dead stop on the cue ball, which means he should be on this 1 as well. This is not a simple black ball, especially to take your first point on the board. And it's good. No mistake there from Yang Fan as he takes his first point. He's 5-1 down against Zheng Zhaohai after 6 frames played.
英交边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回。
7局郑孝怀开球。
6 frames played here. Score is 5-1 to Zheng Zhaohai, who's breaking at the table. He's also using that Perry breaker that has adjustable settings at the back of it. We saw a breaker like that yesterday as well. I think Dai Yong was using it. You can adjust it to power break and accurate break or something like that. And he looks like he's back in prime position here. If this was a winner's break format, I'd be very worried if I was Yang Fan. But lucky enough for him, it's not. But even so, alternate break format, when a player you're playing has such a good break like Jing Zhaohai, so his ball selection and his pattern play in this game is quite exceptional. Also a player who hardly shows any emotion. Total understanding of his capabilities, what he can do at the table, and in total control. Really, it's a marvel to watch when Jing Zhaohai is in full flow. And with that break and run, he goes 6-1 up against Yang Fan here in this race to 19. That is our first break and run for the match. Should be one break and run, one rack and run to Jing Zhaohai at the moment. There it is. After 7 frames played, the score is 6-1. Now the match is coming up tomorrow. Even after today, we won't know. It's a redraw before, just before the round starts, but very tough to know which players will be on the TV table, because at that stage, every single match is such a thrilling match. We've got table 19. Zhang Tai is 9-2 up in his match. It's 9-2 up after 1 hour of play. Yeah, unfortunately for him, that's cue ball in on the break. I heard a thud on the floor after that break. I think Yang Fan hit the bottom of his cue on the floor there, and the referee just had a word with him about that. Referee Mia Fu at the table is very strict. Yeah, I can't believe how the scoreline on table 19 is 9-2 to Zhang Tai. I cannot believe that. It's supposed to be a marathon here, a race to 19. He's sprinting away. 9-2 up, you think his opponent catches him. Look, the scoreline is not far away from that on this table here on the main TV table. That dry break from Yang Fan has brought Zheng Zhaohai back to the table here with 7th point loading with his break after that. The only thing that could disrupt his rhythm slightly is we have the player interval coming up after this. This being the 8th frame. Now position for the black ball. Across and back. Yeah, with that, quite a few players will try and really get into the cue ball, coming close to the center pocket jaw. So he's left it a bit at distance, but no problem at all for him. He's 7-1 up after that rack and run off Yang Fan's break. And that brings us to 8 frames played. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角，罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝。 因而各部位酷性一致，欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀、 一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸。握度间尽长天地，龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻。走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用。一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
And we are back after that player break at 8 frames played. The score is 7-1 in favor of Zheng Zhouhai here. This is a race to 19. Now looking at table 19, Zhang Tai is 11-2 up in his match. I have absolutely no idea what is going on there. Usually you don't see scorelines like that, or even like this, 7-1. How do you come back from 11-2 down against a player like Zhang Tai, who's just getting better and better every tournament? He is definitely on a radar and definitely one of the players who we think can win this tournament now. Try a break here from Zheng Zhouhai. Means Yang Fan to the table. He secured stripes, just secured stripes. You'd have seen that going in off the jaw there. Much better. He wanted to pot the 3 there as well to open up that pocket for the 11 ball. Oh, look at this. What a shot that is. Plenty of cue power. And I don't think he's on the 10 though. He looks like he's struggling out there, does Young Fan. He's not settled. He's not comfortable yet. Not a good place to be in at this stage in the tournament, to be 7-1 down against a player like Zheng Zhaohai. And to be fighting for these frames, fighting for your own frames and your own finishes. Referee's called 10 seconds. He's taken his extension. This looks like this is going to the center pocket. He's changed his mind a few times. Yes, center pocket, left side on our view of the table. What is going on with Yang Fan? I personally have never seen him play like this before. What I mean by that is giving away so many chances to his opponent. And I would say Zheng Zhaohai is the worst player to be giving visits to the table to. Especially in this kind of form he's in at the moment. Now purposely left an angle on the 5 ball that the cue ball comes down this right side of the table. Now what you could do here is, if you are slightly low on the pink 4, run through, play the 2 into the opposite center, opposite corner. Oh, he's jawed that one. That was going to be 8-1. That was definitely 8-1 loading. Now Young Fan has to make the most of this opportunity. 7-1 down, chance for 7-2 will be his break next as well. The comeback has to start sometime. Don't expect him to just sit back and let the scoreline run in Zheng Zhaohai's favor here. Now, although Zheng Zhaohai missed the 4 ball, he's left it in that pocket, which has made things very awkward. The 9 doesn't go there, so he's got to find another pocket for the 9, and not the greatest angle on the 10 to the center here. And that was the referee telling him he did not have an extension. He used it earlier in the frame. You only get 1 extension per frame. He cannot be happy at the moment. There we can see quite a bit of a crowd around table 2. Let's see who is on table 2. Oh, Dennis Okolo and Dai Yong. Yeah, there's a crowd there with good reason. Dai Yong is 6-5 up against Dennis Okolo at the moment. Table 5, Zhao Ruliang is up 6-4 against Hu Yiyong. That's the player that took out Niu Zhang in the previous round here. Table 8, Shi Hangqing 7-6 up on Gareth Pots at the moment. And Tao Yupeng 7-6 up on Zhang Kompang. Shen Chenyi is 8-5 up against Zhao Long. And Zhang Taiyi is 12-3 up against Chao Lumen. 15 frames played in 1 hour 20 minutes. Absolutely crazy. And here on TV table 1, we have 8-point loading here for Zheng Zhaohai. And it's there after 9 frames played. It's 8-1 in favor of Zheng Zhaohai over Yang Fan. Eight-1 down, Yang Fan to break here in this race to 19. And the cue ball goes in. This is going from bad to worse. Just got a nick off the 14 as it went into that center pocket. Now ball in hand behind the balk line. You have to play forward here. I tell you, these referees do an excellent job at these tournaments. They have a very tough job here. For example, in the previous frame, when Yang Fan was on that shot that he missed to the center pocket, he called extension. Now, Mia Fu, the referee at the table, had to know or to remember that he took his extension way early in that frame. That could have caused some confusion. Now, we do have the scorekeepers and the assistant referees on the sideline, but because he was already at 5 seconds, there was no time to consult that. She had to know instantly and tell him quickly that there was no extension. And as a referee as well, there's so many things going on in your head. You're watching for clothing fouls, whether the player touches the ball. You have to stand in the right place as well. really, the referees at this tournament, and from what I've seen, all the WPA Joy tournaments, they do a fantastic job all around the world. Sometimes it's referees who ref snooker or English 8-ball, and they train just a few days before by one of the head referees on this game, and they do a fantastic job. Another so far off Yang Fan's break once again. So another rack and run loading, and 9th point here on the board if this goes in. And it's there. 9-1 up goes Zheng Zhouhai with another rack and run. He's got 3 rack and runs, 1 break and run.
11局郑潇。
Now made a ball on that break has Zheng Zhouhai looking to get to double digits. This is a race to 19 to get into the last 8 of this tournament. It's straight knockout, single elimination at the moment. How do you come back from 9-1 down? And he's playing against Yang Fan, 2 times winner of this tournament. If you had to make a list of, let's say, Chinese players' all-time greats, and you make a list of 5 players, he's on that list. Along with Chu Bingjie, Jing Yebo. He's just out of sorts at the moment. He hasn't found rhythm. He's not comfortable yet.
10秒。5、4、3。
Nice combination there, but this is far from easy here. If he takes this to the center pocket, he should be able to get position on that 12. But this is tough. It's there. And it looks like he has the position on the 12 as well. Look, when I saw him playing in the Nanning Division 1 tour, when he made those 7 consecutive break-in runs, I thought this is the winner of the tournament. He lost to the eventual winner, Kong Zejing, and he got a 3rd place finish there, but when he turns it up, this is what you get. This is the result. Zheng Zhaohai 10-1 up against Yang Fan at the moment. One up, and that's with another break and run. He's on 2 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Yang Fan on just the 1 point. 10-1 up goes Zheng Zhaohai. Race to 19. Dennis Okolo is 7-5 down to Dai Yong at the moment, table 2. Zhao Ruliang 7-4 up in his match on table 5. Gareth Pots has made a comeback there. He was 7-5 down. He's 8-7 up now against Shi Hangqing, table 8. Table 10, Zhang Kumpeng and Chao Yupeng, 7 all at the moment. Both players with 6-1 visit clearances. Wu Zhenyu is 10-3 up against Zheng Mingqi, table 13. Shen Shenyi 9-5 up against Zhao Long, table 15. And Zhao Lumen has won 2 frames more. He's 12-4 down against Zhang Tai, but still 8 frames down to Zhang Tai. How do you come back from that? And yes, guys, if you haven't noticed, I haven't mentioned Chu Bingjie. That's because he was knocked out by Shen Shenyi in the previous round. Chu Bingjie knocked out 19-13. We've had Niu Zhang knocked out 19-18. Phone Mint knocked out 19-15 by Dennis Okolo. And also Tang Shunshao knocked out by Zhao Long 19-14. And another dry break from Yang Fan. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. He's playing the 15 onto the 5 here. Double drop, yes. He makes a double drop look so easy here. Here he has 2 options. He's got the cutback on the 12. He's also got the 13 to the center pocket. But the problem with the cutback on the 12, cue ball is heading towards the black ball there. You're not guaranteed position after that, but look at how he's played that. He's played it with a lot of right-hand side, so that when it makes contact with the black ball and the cushion, it immediately kicks up. A lot of check on the cue ball, loads of check to not go into the 2 and straighten that up coming back up the table. You know how much more difficult that makes a pot like that on this table. Slight tester here, 10 ball into the bottom, cue ball up, it's class. It's the only word I have, class, Zheng Zhaohai. 11th point on the board. He's 11-1 up now against Yang Fan. 12 frames played.
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Now the scoreline here from the TV table, it's 11-1 to Zheng Zhaohai over Yang Fan. 13th frame now, Zheng Zhaohai to break. The 2 looks like it's heading there if everything moves out the way, which it did. We were right behind that 2 ball. There was so much traffic around the 2. Have a look at this. Misses the 5, misses the 11, misses the cue ball and the 1. It's almost like this is meant to be for him. He's 10 frames ahead of Yang Fan. He's 8 frames away from the finish line. How do you come back from this? Loads of reverse side on that cue ball to get the cue ball up. And how well has that worked out for him? That 1 ball was a problem ball in front of the 10 and the 15 there. And an absolute control at the table, Jing Zhouhai. That's another thing. I've never seen any wild shots from him or him being out of control. Every time I've seen him play, it's this clinical, it's this clean. No unnecessary cannons. And some of the cleanest cue ball control you'll see. And this so far is off his break. It's going to land right behind that black ball. And this for 12-1. It's there. 12-1. He gets another break and run. He's got 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs, 12 points. Jing Zhouhai over Yang Fan. Yeah, I thought the scoreline on Tae's table was a big difference, but this is getting bad for Yang Fan now. And the score on Tae's table is 13-4 in favor of Zheng Tae. That's where you can see the crowd in the background there. That's table 19. Needs to pot a ball here, does Yang Fan. At the moment, unfortunately, he's a spectator here. And Potts is up by 2. He's 9-7 up against Shi Hangqing at the moment on table 8. Potts doing very well there. Jung Kompeng has taken the lead. He's 8-7 up on Chow Yupeng. Dai Yong 8-6 up on Dennis Okolo. Now then, what goes from here? From here, it looks like the 12 doesn't have a pocket. He can't get through to the 10. He's 11 away from his opponent. And just 7 away from the finish line now is Jing Zhouhai. I've only been playing for 1 hour 40 minutes, just over 1 hour 40 minutes now. And when I saw this was the draw for the TV table, I thought we are in for a cracker of a match here. 2 great players, Yang Fan bringing so much of experience to the table. He's 2 titles at this tournament before. No. Yeah, I think he raised his hand there. He couldn't have played that. Not a chance. Not a chance. No way. No. I'm sure I saw the hand going up slightly. He's been trying to move this 12 ball so many times now. He still hasn't. And he's still not on it. Right in the center of the pocket, even from distance. Now, this is the important shot here. To get onto that 12 ball. It's the only thing blocking him from getting that 13 point on the board. He's going to leave it that far. And he might have hampered bridging here from the 7. This is very tough. 12 ball to the bottom right corner. Needs a good bounce. He needs a good bounce here. I don't know. I don't think he has the potting angle. A light swerve may be required here to get around the 2 ball, just the edge of the 2 ball. But if he does, it's very light because it really grips here. There's the swerve. No, you're joking. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe he's a walking highlight reel at the moment. Look at the swerve around here. And throws the black ball in. I cannot believe it. That's 13th point on the board for Zheng Zhouhai. He leads 13-1 over Yang Fan after 14 frames played. I don't think we've ever had a match like this at a time like this in the tournament, where all these players are so evenly matched. And a race to 19, it's a long race. It's very long. Gotta feel like things won't be going bad for you all the way. It has to be a time where things change. It's 13-1 and it's Zheng Zhouhai to break in the 15th frame. And the 15's there. Everything is going his way at the moment. By the way, that was a crazy finish in the last frame. That finish was not on. He was chasing that finish the whole way and he still made it. That finish has to go on our Facebook Joy page. You know, sitting here and watching this sometimes, it's hard to comprehend how you can be this good. And make this look so easy. It really is. It's unbelievable. To be that good at your craft. But to deliver a performance like this, you have to know how many hours were spent. Yeah, how many hours went into deliver 3 hours of greatness? 3,000 hours? And 3,000 hours isn't as much as you think. 8 hours per day for 1 year. That's 3,000 hours already. Exceptional. 14th point on the board for Zheng Zhonghai. He's 14-1 up. There was another break and run. That's 4 break and runs.
优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I know a lot of people wanted young 13-year-old Liu Yule to win, or to at least go far in this tournament, but he came up against Zheng Zhouhai in the previous round. Zheng Zhouhai won that 19-13. Now you can see why. You can see what he brings to the table. Previous round before that, he beat Korea's hotshot Yongjun Park 17-15. Yang Fan to break here. Yeah, he wasn't going to get the cue ball potted again, was he? How many balls in on that break? At least 2. There goes 1, 2, 3. So at 14-1, Yang Fan with a chance. And no. You can't make this up. What is going on here? Can't seem to get a run at the table. Now with that cue ball potted, it is ball in hand anywhere on the table for Zheng Zhouhai. And there was 2 solids potted on the break from Yang Fan, which means there's only 5 left on the table here. Coming down table, playing position on the 5 or 7 from the 4 ball. I'd like to know from the viewers on the stream, Facebook and YouTube, in the comments section, do you think there's a way back for Yang Fan? And if so, how? And add to that, if you were in his position, what would you be doing? And what would be going through your mind? You know, I'd like to say that I haven't seen a match with this kind of domination before, but the truth is I have, and it's been the same player at the table. In the previous station event, the Division 1 tour against Wang Luqi, he did the same thing. That's where he had the 7 consecutive break-in runs and he just ran away. The score here, 15-1. It's brought us to 16-frame player break. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度， 使反射角高度接近入射角，音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
3点结束，比赛继续。第17局，郑晓怀开球。
And the players are back after that player break. 16 frames played. The score is 15-1 in favor of Zheng Zhaohai. And he's on the table breaking now. He's almost lost the cue ball, but it stayed on. It's 15-1 up against Yang Fan. Some really interesting comments on the YouTube side of things here. So for Yang Fan to come back, firstly, a lot of people say there's no coming back. And then also, two things have to happen simultaneously. Things have to start going right for Yang Fan and wrong for his opponent. It's very true. But I mean, how wrong and how right? Because 15-1, his opponent 4 away from the finish line. I don't know. I don't know. Some very, very good comments here. Not enough emphasis is given to the mental, psychological aspects of cue sports. You literally have to sit there with your positive or negative thoughts. That is so true. That is very difficult to do. And I think there are a lot of players who struggle with that. Especially being down, that's a tough part. For instance, if you are playing a shorter race and you're 4-0 down in a race to 7, to have that mental strength to come back or believe that you can, especially if your opponent's playing decent and you are playing terrible, you have to sit there and still know that you can make a comeback. That is very difficult to do. Because in a perfect world, at 4-0 down, you know if you play your absolute best, you'll be able to come back. You might even feel that you are better than your opponent, but to do that, but this man at the table, no mercy, is absolutely ruthless. And that's 16 points on the board with another break and run. That's 5 break and runs, 6 rack and runs for Jing Zhaohai. Yeah, there's a term used in 9-ball American pool, the electric chair. That's pretty much what's happening here at the moment. Yang Fan is in the electric chair. I see a comment on Facebook asked if this is real. Yes, it is. It is very real indeed. This is really happening. I can't understand how the breaks haven't been working like that for Yang Fan. Almost every single break, he's potted the cue ball twice. There's been breaks where he's lost the cue ball but potted a ball, and then the others have just been dry. I can't believe this. This is, I think, in my 2 years of doing this and 5 years plus in watching, or 10 years plus in watching, this is one of the most one-sided matches I've seen at this stage in a tournament. You know, it happens at the early stages. You might get a mismatch here and there, but you'd never call a match that has Yang Fan a mismatch. I see another comment saying that Jing Zhaohai has been playing alone. That's also very true. For most of this match, if not almost all of it, Jing Zhaohai has been all by himself at the table. We've just gone past 2 hours of play here. 17 frames done on the TV table. These matches on at the moment are the last 16 players in the tournament. It's all single elimination now, straight knockout. Last 8 starts tomorrow at 11 AM local time here in China. At the moment, it's a race to 19. Tomorrow morning, it's a race to 33. Everything is just too clean at the moment. Even this finish, this was a very tough finish. It didn't look on. He's able to create these opportunities, and he's a shot maker, this guy. Now this is off Yang Fan's dry break. 17 points on the board with another clearance. He leads 17-1 after 18 frames played. Stats should be coming up now. Got him down as with 5 break and runs, 7 rack and runs for Jing Zhaohai. out of 17 points. Table 2, Dai Yong 9-8 up against Dennis Okolo. Table 5, Zhao Ruliang 11-6 up in his match. Gareth Pots also up 11-9 up against Shi Hangqing. Table 8. Zhang Kumpeng 11-7 up against Zhao Yupeng. Table 10. Wu Zhenyu 17-3 up against Zheng Mingqi. So there's another huge scoreline. Wu Zhenyu is also a very dangerous player. He plays like Zheng Zhaohai, very similar. A little bit more free with the cue ball, but the cue action, unbelievable. The player that took out Chu Bingjie from this tournament, Shen Xianyi, is 12-7 up against Zhao Long. Table 19, Zhang Taiyi 16-7 up against Zhao Lumen. If you have just joined us or joined us recently, Chu Bingjie out of the tournament, Jing Yubo out of the tournament, Niu Zhang out as well, Phone Mint out, Tang Shunshao out. So many of the favorites out here. That's what happens. 64 down to 1, a single elimination. In the past, the format has been double elimination or double life. So you've always got a chance. You can afford a loss, especially if you get a tough draw. But no second chances here in the final stage of this tournament. So at the moment, if you look at prize money, this is top 16 at the moment. These players guaranteed 11,500 US dollars. Winning here gets you into the last 8, guarantees you 21,700 US dollars. Next win into the top 4, 43,000. Third, 86,000. Second, 217,000. And first prize, 724,000 US dollars. That converts to 5 million RMB. And if you are from the African continent or South Africa, it converts to about 12.5 million rand. Now all these players have come in as seeded players, so you could say 10 to 12 days of play if you reach the final here. You know, the first thing you think or people will say is, so the person is winning that kind of money for 12 days of work. It's not 12 days of work. It's a lifetime of practice and work. A win here comes with so many disappointments before and so many losses to get to that stage in your career, to be able to get these wins under this kind of pressure in these kind of matches in a tournament like this. That's what people don't see. The work done alone. And this man at the table, he's done so much. 18-1 up on Yang Fan at the moment. Score 18-1 after 19 frames played, 6 break and runs, 7 rack and runs for Zheng Zhaohai. Unbelievable standard from him. This is one of his best performances, but believe it or not, I've actually seen him play better than that. I've seen him break better. Near perfection from Zheng Zhaohai. I think that's as close as you can get to pool perfection. the standard at what he's playing at the moment. So 18-1 down is Yang Fan breaking with his opponent on the hill. Makes a few balls on the break, but look at the cue ball. Again, so close to that top pocket. I don't even want to know what's going through his mind at the moment. I don't. Yeah, nice jump shot. The crowd goes wild here. Yeah, the crowd came to see a match. They didn't come to see this. Come on, get a point in the board. Another point in the board, Yang Fan. Oh, look at where the black ball is going. No, no, my word, you can't. No, this is not his day. This was not his day. I don't know what to say. Sheng Zhaohai wins 19-1 over Yang Fan, and look, with the way things have gone here, it's a fitting end to this match. You can't make this up. Race to 19. We only played 20 frames here on the main TV table. 19-1 to Sheng Zhaohai. What a performance from him. Yang Fan not on his day, unfortunately. Takes nothing away from Sheng Zhaohai. He's through to the last 8 here and into the next prize money bracket. Was a good match. I have to say I hoped for more. When I saw the draw, I really thought this is going to be a thriller match between these two players. Unfortunately, it's ended that quick. Just 2 hours and 17 minutes of play. Sheng Zhaohai with 6 break and runs, 7 rack and runs. He defeats two-time champion at this event, Yang Fan, 19 frames to 1. Hope you guys enjoy the outro here. That's it from me for today, unfortunately. I'm going to go into the stadium and watch a few of the other matches. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. local time here in China as we start the last 8. The draw will be done just before the matches are, so we have no idea who's going to be on the TV table yet or who's going to be there, even after these matches are done today. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for being on the stream today. We had a really good match this morning as well. Gareth Pots against Bo Junjie. He was successful there. Almost went to a decider. You can see highlight of the last 20 seconds of that frame on our Facebook page as well. I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tillack from South Africa, and I'll be back tomorrow morning. Take care, guys.